Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a much amplified work session for April 6th, 2026. Remember, a work session is an opportunity for the council to hear from staff and from the city. We don't make any final decisions in the work session, but we do get consensus regarding direction to staff. I will call the meeting to order because it's now 5:30 p.m. and I'm going to open the meeting up for public comment on all items. This is the time for you to comment on any matter, agenda or non-agenda, that falls within the scope of the Billings City Council. Remember, though, you may only speak once for each item during the meeting. So if you're here, for instance, to speak to one of the 5 agenda items tonight, you might wait until after that agenda item, because once you've spoken, we'd like you to keep to the rule of speaking only once on that. So with that in mind, I will open the meeting to public comment for the first time tonight. Any public comment?
My name is Kay Foster. I live at 115 North Broadway, number 515, about 2 or 3 blocks from here. Mayor Nelson, council members and staff, I'm here tonight to urge the council to retain the current separate management programs for the 3 Billings urban renewal districts. I've lived just a few blocks away from here in the Montana Power Building for 23 years. We have owned the building since 2000 and used a small TFI grant early in our restoration process to improve the first floor entry and lobby area. At that time, the Montana Brewing Company occupied the first floor, and there were a scattering of offices and studios on the second and third floor. Since there were no occupants on the fourth and fifth floor. Since then, the brewing company has purchased its space, and all floors are occupied with offices, studios, and shops, and our fifth floor residential apartment. I showed this to Mike, and he asked that I would also include the fact that we used a lot of tax increment help in our efforts at the Babcock building. It was a very similar situation. There were 2 main floor retail spaces when we purchased it in 2008. You remember that great year of 2008? Anyway, that was Montague's and Rock Creek Coffee Roasters. We had 2 or 3 apartments out of the 14 that were occupied, and actually 1 or 2 were paying rent. Now, as you know, the main floor is full. The residential spaces are sought after, and so we feel that that's another success due to tax increment financing. Similar efforts have improved downtown hotels, businesses, restaurants, and event venues. The district is unique and distinct from the eBird and the South Billings district. We're a mixture of hotels, financial institutions, public buildings, small and large retail spaces, restaurants and bars, arts and educational offerings, as well as owner-occupied and leased residential spaces. I am pleased with the current efforts of our downtown renewal district management, and thank Katie, Mehmet, and other office staff, as well as Joe Stout and his team, working to keep us safe in our home and businesses. I ask you continue the success we have had with our current district management. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live in the 5th Ward. Tonight, I would like to point out a couple failures of the downtown tax district. As you are aware, the district failed to provide an audited tax return for the years ending 23 and 24. The state of Montana notified them of this lapse of filing in November of 25. Now that we're 5 months past this date, the question is, where is the audit and what does it say? This action clearly shows mismanagement or a complete lack of understanding of our basic laws in the state of Montana. Another example of mismanagement is Ms. Schneider in February put forth a proposal for the Masonic building, a subject I've previously spoke about, and I have dubbed it the $1 million giveaway. Well, tonight, I'm very happy to report to you and the citizens of Billings that the board or Mrs. Schneider pulled the proposal from the board, so we never had a vote on it. This makes me extremely proud. Now, the ultimate show of mismanagement, the downtown district bought their building for approximately $800,000. At the last board meeting, they said that the building is worth approximately $400,000. Now, the way I believe TIF districts work is we're supposed to invest money and we're supposed to get an increase. Well, in their building, we got a 50% decrease. It's so bad they haven't even put any money into the building. They've used it for their bloated salaries and their bloated employees, that they're actually talking about demolishing the building. And to rub it in our faces, they want to sign a long-term lease at the same building they wanted to give the $1 million away, the Masonic building. The things that are going on downtown TIF district, this is what I propose, since we're talking about this tonight. That the downtown TIF district be totally absorbed into the city of Billings, and the people that are running it be fired. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, council members, city administration, Paul Clark, Ward 1, Southside Triangle. I just took a tour of the Yellowstone Detention Center with two of the commissioners and the captain, Smart. And let me tell you what, the project, it might sound like a lot of money. $195 million is a lot of money. But if you break it down scientifically, thank you to Commissioner Morse, in my property, my value, it's about 25 cents a day, 365, which is around $100 on a $125,000 home, give or take. If I can get more from it, I would always dig that. So if you, depending on the value of a home, and he's got it broken down, it's not a lot of increase like you'd think. I've always tried to think of outside the box. What is another way we can generate some money instead of our property taxes all the time and rent? Well, that leads us back, perhaps Mayor Cole back in his day, and he got shot down about it, was the sales tax, our city's tax, even a county tax. That's that. Very educational tour. I would recommend anybody that hasn't done that, please do. Easter egg hunt, South Park. I volunteered. There are some sponsors here. We want to definitely give some accolades and thank yous to Mr. Boyette, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Nelson. You guys, that was very grateful. I wasn't in charge. I didn't sound the alarm off too soon. I don't know what happened. I was over back by the 4, 5, 6-year-olds. But let me tell you what, if you ever watched geese gallop and honk, that's what it looked like. You're not going to put your eggs back in the basket. You let the kids have fun. And what's the reason for it? Christ is King. One more thing, the A&I centers, and I know you guys do, keep a diligent eye on it. I'd really like to know, how do they plan on using our water source, Yellowstone River, and the Northwest Energy? We all have our own light bills. So try to get some answers from them. I know they're being pretty vague right now, and the word AI data center seems to be a black eye right now and everything. But these are the things that we worry about in the city. And once again, blessings to you all. God bless.
Hey, everybody. It's good to see you. Thank you for your service on our city council and to the city of Billings. I'm here in favor of leaving things the way they are with these TIF districts. Yeah.
Could you tell us who you are?
Thank you, Mike. You know, I love telling everybody exactly who I am. My name is Bob Struckman. I live at 2018 Mariposa Lane here in Billings, Montana. Yeah, I'm here in favor of leaving things the way they are with the TIF districts. And I'll tell you the reasons, and I'll try not to go over my allotted time. As you guys know, and some of you have discussed this with me, government is a blunt object, right? You guys write a set of rules. Those rules get voted on, and then the city tries to put those rules into action. They don't change with circumstances on the ground, and they don't necessarily have nuance, because what you vote on is what gets done. And that's why I say it's a blunt object. With the three different organizations, as far as I can tell, the cost of them is not extraordinary. I think it's very reasonable. But the value of having the three is really important, because that's where the nuance comes in. We have three different TIF districts that have slightly different everything, slightly different people who are working on them. Everything is a little bit different. And that's really valuable. And that adds that nuance that your decisions, your language, your deliberation can't do. And the reason I care about this is our unions are, I work for the AFL-CIO, which is a union that represents about 15 million workers nationally. And I'm the representative for our president for a number of states in the West, and I live here in Billings. And the reason I mention that is we are investing about $50 million into Billings. At least that's our intention. We're working on this with a number of partners here in town, and we want to build housing here, and we want this to be the first of many projects. We're able to do that because of that nuance, because of the professionalism and the excellence of these bodies that really shepherd and guard this system that we have, this TIF system. It's a really wonderful system because it's very patient. Our city is patient. We can afford to make an investment and allow that investment to come back over decades. In this case, it's not over decades, but we can afford to do that over decades because we are here for the long run. We're not leaving. This is our town. We want this town to be here for generations, maybe forever, I don't know, but for a long, long time, effectively forever. And so, I want this predictability, I want this professionalism, I want this nuance to be able to partner with me on the projects that we're working on. I know. So I have 7 other reasons. Just kidding. Those are my reasons. And I thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Danny Chiricki, and not in there enough? Now do you hear me? Do I have to eat the mic? Eat the mic. Okay. Hi, I'm Danny Chiricki, and I live in Ward 3. We, the residents and the city of Billings, need more engagement and communications, not less. As you consider the long-term future of our boards and commissions, I want to emphasize one essential point. This is not a moment to reduce engagement and communications with the public. This is a moment when we need more of both. Boards and committees are not just administrative bodies. They are the city's most consistent channels for listening, informing, and involving residents in the decisions that shape their daily lives and the future of the city. When appointments pause, engagement pauses. When engagement pauses, communication slows down. That's when uncertainty grows. People begin to wonder what's happening, who's making decisions, and how they can participate. Gaps in communications invites confusion, and confusion erodes trust. Continuing appointments during this transition is not a statement about the final outcome of your review. It is a commitment to keep communications open and civic participation active while you deliberate. It ensures that residents still have a place to bring concerns, ask questions, and contribute their expertise. It keeps advisory processes visible and accessible, and it signals that even as you evaluate potential reforms, the city remains committed to listening. Any reform you choose to pursue will be stronger if engagement remains robust throughout the process. A healthy civic conversation depends on continuity. It depends on keeping communications channels open, not narrowing them. So I urge you, as you evaluate the future of boards and commissions, keep the appointment process going. Keep it going. Keep the information flowing. Keep it happening. Do not set up a situation where boards and commissions suddenly find themselves without quorum and in a situation where they no longer have the ability to take any actions or recommendations to council. So the only other point that I want to make is that this review process needs to involve the community. You cannot make this review process without involving the community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shay Reiser. I live at 121 Custer Avenue here in Billings. Thank you for your service. There are two basic tenets of city government that dictate its health and effectiveness. Transparency is crucial for the health and functionality of any type of government entity, and this city council is no exception. This means that we, the citizens of the community, should be able to ask questions, receive answers, and seek the truth in decision-making, spending, and the policies and procedures that determine the previous. Community participation is also a necessary part of the well-functioning government. Citizens have a right to participate in decisions being made that affect them. The outcome of that participation is pride in community, engagement in community, and a wealth of knowledge and experience that comes at little or no cost to this city. My point in bringing up these things is that the city's decision to place a hold on new appointments to the boards and commissions of the City of Billings, pending reviews of the necessity and effectiveness of the boards and commissions. These boards and commissions are how residents bring their concerns, ideas, and lived experience into city government. Freezing appointments weakens transparency and limits the community's voice. The Human Relations Commission has been working hard to engage the community in conversations about the Dignity Index and understanding how the divisiveness of our communications can help or hinder our communications with others. We have been highlighting the incredible work being done in our community through the Social Impact Award. We have also been able to educate the community on the resources available to victims of harassment, discrimination, and hate crimes. All of this hard work comes at no cost to the city and provides a valuable outlet and support to community members, while also collecting and analyzing information to make recommendations to the City Council. Complete your review if you must, but ensure that you are including the community in those decisions, and release the pause on appointments so our boards and commissions can continue to function according to the requirements set out for us until your review is complete. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thanks for your service. I appreciate it very much. My name is Charlie Yegan. I'm not a resident in the city, but I can tell you I pay a few taxes here. I've been involved with the tax increment finance district in the downtown area since its beginning. As a matter of fact, sat on that initial board. And I found that those people who are involved with this, I'm not able to do that anymore because I don't live in the city. I live at 184 Lonesome Pine Road in Park City. But the point that I want to make is that with the involvement of the people within the district that's being involved or the commission, I think that you find as elected leaders the ability of those people in those districts to be able to voice their opinion, and because of their buy-in in those districts, and I'm talking now about the 3 tax increment finance districts, those people who live in those districts are incredibly committed and devoted to the betterment of their particular area of town. I've seen leaders of these groups out picking up trash in off hours and checking in on fellow citizens in homes and in businesses. And I just would like to really encourage you to not consider, please, consolidating those 3 tax increment finance districts into one oversight committee. I think that the value of those active citizens in those areas will give you a much more objective and thorough look at what's going on within those districts. And therefore, I encourage your support of maintaining, those three management groups over the tax increment finance districts, which, in my estimation, have worked out very well. The purpose was to go ahead and improve property so that the taxes would, in fact, increase because of those improvements, and that has, in fact, happened. Thank you very much for your consideration. Thanks for your time.
Hello, my name is Katie Harrison, and I live on the south side of Billings. I am here in regards to the boards and commissions. I'd like to request that you end the appointment hold, and I'm just gonna list out my reasons. A freeze on appointments weakens transparency and limits the community's voice. Sorry. Oh, I thought I heard someone say something. I'm particularly concerned about the Human Relations Commission and the Citizens Police Advisory Board specifically, and that's just simply due to my personal involvement, sort of working with them and just appreciating what both of those boards do for citizen involvement in decisions that are being made in our city and oversight as well. So it's sort of like a way for us as voters, as constituents, citizens, to have like a middleman or a voice for us to you, a conduit. And I worry that having a pause on this, while I actually really appreciate wanting to review the boards and commissions that we have, putting a pause while you do that makes me really concerned about what happens to that conduit, that, way of communicating with you all, and that representation and transparency. I made a note that other Montana cities routinely review boards without freezing appointments. So I think we already have a precedent in the state that we can look at to not freeze those appointments. And this would help protect continuity, transparency, as well as public trust to keep Billings civic infrastructure functioning. And while I have, 37 more seconds, speaking of transparency, since the room is packed, I just like to bring attention to the ICE facility that's at 1711 6th Avenue North. I've been emailing city and county folks trying to get more transparency in regards to that facility. And so far, I'm kind of hitting brick wall after brick wall. I want to take a tour of that facility. Since we're offering tours of our jail, I think it would be fair for us to be able to also tour this ICE facility. And I'd invite any of you to please help me make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Lindsay Richardson. I am a resident of Ward 2. My family primarily works, plays, dines, shops in both downtown Billings and East Billings urban renewal districts. I'm also one of the 7 employees of the Downtown Billings Partnership. I emailed this to my Ward 1 and Ward 2 representatives, but I'd also like to share it here with everyone today. I'd like to voice my personal frustrations in regards to Councilmember Boyette's initiative. This is an initiative that is brought 8 months after the council had directed staff to maintain the status quo of the URD and TIF management with minimal changes. My first frustration to this initiative's purpose is both misguided and off task, as the administrative funds paid to the nonprofits that manage the urban renewal districts, that's what we're managing, is the urban renewal districts, and corresponding TIF districts are not eligible to go towards the general fund. meaning that whatever savings is created by consolidation of the URD management does nothing to help the very challenging general fund deficit the city is faced with. And that general fund deficit and balanced city budget should be the priority and focus of the council. It's as though the city council's task was to deep clean the kitchen, but rather than stay focused on that task, you've decided to steer away and reorganize the closet of your guest bedroom. Having council and staff spending time focused on revenue-generating urban renewal districts and TIF districts right before the scheduled budget season is both redundant and inefficient use of time for all parties involved. My second frustration, while the administrative fees you plan to discuss tonight don't impact the general fund, the work done with those fees on behalf of the urban renewal districts do generate revenue that benefit the general fund, and would be a misstep to think a consolidated, less focused work plan spread over a larger area would result in better outcome fiscally for the city. I know with certainty, and as I stand here with nearly a decade of community development experience and expertise, that attempting to combine the work of Billings' 3 urban renewal districts will decrease services those districts currently benefit from, including but not limited to the growth of the tax revenue generated by the efforts of those district-focused nonprofits. It's my hope that I would like to see the council do a better job at sharing their vision on the URDs and working together and supporting the entities who manage them. Those two things would go a long way in increasing the funds the URDs and TIFs generate.
Council members and Mayor Nelson, my name is Dustin Ogden and my address is 2224 Pine Street here in Billings. I'm here tonight to express my support for the staff who manage the Urban Renewal District through the Downtown Billings Partnership. Encouraging increased urban density downtown is the most fiscally responsible measure this body could take. Increased urban density benefits the entire community of Billings by generating significantly higher property tax revenue per acre, especially compared to the low-density westward sprawl we continue to see. Increased urban density lowers the per capita cost of public services and infrastructure maintenance. The professionals who manage the urban renewal districts are not simply paper pushers. Developing relationships, building trust, offering counsel, and helping facilitate the complicated legal and administrative work involved requires professional expertise. It takes time, energy, and talent to work with developers and local businesses to catalyze the downtown density that benefits every ward in this city. In fact, the wards outside of downtown stand to benefit the most from these cultivation efforts. Downtown taxpayers essentially subsidize the rest of the city, given the resources they share across so many tax bills. We owe these public servants managing the Urban Renewal District our gratitude for the positive impact they have on our downtown and the larger Billings economy. As a taxpayer and a resident who lives on the edge of downtown, I am deeply grateful for their work to create a safer and more prosperous city. I hope a majority of this body will show them the respect and appreciation they deserve. These salaries are necessary investments in the long-term financial health of Billings. Cutting these professional positions to supposedly save money would be like foregoing investments in a 401k to get a slightly larger paycheck each month. It's short-sighted, it's penny-wise, and pound-foolish. So I hope this body will quickly make the sensible decision to maintain current staffing levels for the Urban Renewal District so you can move on to more productive conversations about how to make Billings an even better place to live, work, and recreate. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Nelson. My name is Jessica Ogden, and I am here tonight as representative of the Yellowstone Art Museum at 401 North 27th Street. As director of the YAM, I am here to express my strong support for maintaining the current relationship with our urban renewal districts, and especially the downtown partnership. From our perspective as a cultural institution, the impact of the partnership's work on public safety has been both visible and meaningful. A safe, welcoming downtown environment is essential for our visitors, staff, and the many community members who engage with the arts. In recent years, that sense of safety has been tenuous downtown, and the partnership's coordinated efforts have helped foster a sense of security and a more vibrant space that allows organizations like ours to serve the public effectively. At the YAM, past SEPTED evaluations have transformed our property, helped guests and staff members feel more secure, and improved community-wide perceptions of downtown. In addition, the economic development driven by the partnership directly benefits the broader cultural ecosystem. A thriving downtown brings increased foot traffic, encourages cross-visitation between businesses and cultural institutions, and strengthens the overall experience of the area. When people feel comfortable spending time downtown, whether attending exhibitions, dining, or shopping, it creates a positive cycle that supports economic growth and community well-being. The good work of the DBP isn't possible without a committed and experienced staff. Combining management of the city's 3 urban renewal districts will significantly impact and limit that can be had on each district and will dilute the outcomes across our city. Maintaining its current structure ensures that this important work continues without interruption and that the progress already made will not be lost. On behalf of the YAM, I urge you to continue supporting the DBP as it currently operates. Its contributions to public safety and economic vitality are essential to the health and future of our downtown community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Schulitz. I live at 2031 Country Main Boulevard.
Ma'am?
Yes?
Could you speak a little louder? And
Yes.
There you go. Start with your name again.
I'm Tanya Schulitz. I live at 2031 Country Manor Boulevard, and I'm here in support of keeping the 3 urban renewal districts separate and distinct. Keeping the Downtown Billings Alliance, Bird, and eBird separate and distinct is not duplication, it's smart design. Each organization exists for a different job. The Downtown Billings Alliance focuses on people, businesses, and daily activity, events, storefronts, and street-level vibrancy. Bird specializing in community activation and identity building in an industrial redevelopment area through art, culture, and connection. eBird exists for fundamentally different purpose, managing public financing, infrastructure, and long-term redevelopment through tax increment tools and require accountability and oversight. When these roles blur, we lose clarity, speed, and trust. When they remain distinct, we get specialization, transparency, and stronger results. Separation creates checks and balances, clearer entry points for businesses, and organizations that can move quickly within their expertise. Collaboration does not require consolidation. In fact, collaboration works best when every partner brings a clear, focused mission to the table. With distinct roles, shared goals, and stronger outcomes, Billings will continue to be a vibrant location. I think it's important for this body to consider some of the outcomes over the past 12 months that identify the distinction. The Downtown Billings Alliance has had business growth and retention initiatives, including the Battle of the Plans, and in early 2025, they publicly reported that nearly half of the 10 new downtown businesses were tied to that Battle of the Plans competition, showing direct results of a program launched the prior year and continuing on. Business matchmaking and vacancy reduction. The DBA reported maintaining downtown commercial vacancy turnover at 3 to 6 months, actively matching new businesses with available spaces throughout 2025 and early 2026. I personally witnessed that when I was on the board for this House of Books when they needed new space because their space by the Alberta Bear was inadequate. The DBA was right there to help them find 3 different options, walking them through each one and ultimately finding the best location. The DBA also has events and placemaking, including the 35th Annual Strawberry Festival and ongoing downtown activations of festivals, markets, theater and arts promotion, public art and placemaking support, and all activities highlighting in their DBA communication that they are fully transparent with the community. They have advocacy and organizational support. During a Billings City Council work session, local business owners publicly credited DBA with hands-on entrepreneurial support and warned against folding DBA into city bureaucracy. So this is an ongoing issue for the city, and I think it would behoove us to listen to that. And I know I'm running out of time. The Bird similarly has very distinct initiatives, as does the eBird. Brewery 1889 would not exist without the eBird and their help with the tax navigation, so please consider rejecting the RFP and keeping things status quo. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Eric Simonson. I reside at 1110 North 31st, 6 blocks out of the CBD, and my office is at 115 North Broadway in the Central Business District. I'm here to support keeping the management of TIF districts the way it is. And I'll come at it from a different perspective. As a property owner of property in the CBD, I've been a beneficiary of TIF, seen it turn an empty building into a productive, fully occupied location. I'm also working on the Masonic building, which was empty for almost 5 years, and we're in the process of making that happen in that building as well. All due to the efforts of these people who manage these TIF districts, who are very knowledgeable with their experience. They're always available to meet with these owners as I've presented the idea of TIF to them. They provide a measurable benefit to property owners and people considering using TIF. If you looked at the hours expended that they put in versus what your expenditures are that I know have been published, I think their hourly rate would be extremely low. I've worked on 15 projects in the eBird and the CBD in the last 5 years, and I can tell you that while not all of them have elected to use TIF money, it's been a very valuable tool with the expertise of the people who manage it the way we do today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm gonna move this down a little. My name is Katie Bennett, and my business address is 2520 First Avenue North. I come today in support of our friends at Downtown Billings and the URD, but more importantly, Mehmet Casey, who has helped me find not one, but 2 business leases for my 2 businesses. Without his help, I would not have been able to find the space that I have and operate my business out of. I know many of the people in this room know his and have witnessed his dedication to effort to bridge the gap between building owners and leasers. I think this resource would be sorely missed if these organizations were restructured. I personally believe that the URD should stay as is. And today is my dad's birthday. I find it ironic that he was born on 406, given he was Australian. He moved here in 1981 and owned a downtown business with my mother for several years. He was an avid supporter of our community and had an entrepreneurial spirit, which I think he passed on to me and my 2 sisters. I'd like to think if he was here today, he would want us to support those entrepreneurs by remaining the URD staying as is. Thank you.
Mayor Nelson, members of the council and staff. My name is Rick Luthold. I'm with Sandbell, and I bring 40 years of development experience here in the community today. I think I've worked on every one of the TIF districts in some form or fashion over time. I think the reason that I bring today is the uniqueness of each one of these districts and why I feel that managing them individually is so important. Each one that I've worked with as we've developed them brings different visions, different expectations, and they each become their own little community, fabric of their own within the city of Billings, and actually are competitive with a lot of our clients as they develop with regard to bringing those folks in, utilizing the TIF dollars to support public infrastructure that would allow them to invest in areas that are blighted that otherwise would be very difficult to develop in. So I feel it's important to continue to provide that strength to each one of those districts and allow them to function that way. I'm concerned that if we bring them all together, that there's a loss of that individuality of each of those districts, and you get a watered down version, something that's not quite as strong as they are right now. And it is one of the few funding aspects that we have in the community for developers that come forward. Talked a lot about trying to do residential development in the eBird. Some are very, very close, and they would be impossible without the consideration of the TIF district. So ask for your support on that. Second one, because I believe Mayor Nelson, you wanted us to talk about each of the ones we were here for this evening, or do you want me to come back separately for the other one?
Depends on where they are, but yeah, you can come back, or you can, if you can get
Well,
them all
I could do it now. I can probably finish it up here again, trying to stay under the 3 minutes for both of them. But number 2 on the item here today is the annexation policy and map recommendations. And I've been in dialogue and discussion with several of the folks along Highway 3, west of Zimmerman Trail. That's a yellow piece in there that is being considered for taking out of the limits of annexation at this point in time. There's a smaller 20-acre parcel just immediately west of Zimmerman Park there that a gentleman is developing, a 20-acre parcel, or excuse me, 200-acre parcel west of that that's marketing actively right now for development with consideration of having water and sewer available, and some properties around Indian Cliffs that are online. And I think the thing that, and we've been working with engineering and planning on how to look at that. That's 6, 7, 8 years down the road. But I think leaving them in the yellow area right now gives credence to the fact that you've invested all that money in the belt loop, in the Skyline Trail. It's time to look at how we bring residential units, commercial units right at the intersection of Zimmerman and Highway 3 online to help recapture and recover those costs. So I would like to consider that particular deletion by the council as they move forward as leaving it in so we can continue that long-term range planning. So,
all right, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you. Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Holman, and I'm a downtown tenant and property manager. I live in the Babcock building, and most of the properties that I manage are downtown. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for continuing the collaboration between the City of Billings and the Downtown Billings Partnership. Having been born and raised here and spending my days downtown, I care deeply about seeing our downtown thrive. The Downtown Billings Partnership's management of the Downtown Urban Renewal District has a tangible, positive impact on the development of downtown. They advocate for an environment where tenants, visitors, and employees can thrive. Their unwavering support of both new and existing businesses boosts the local economy and expands the tax base. By consistently sharing success stories, business milestones, and infrastructure updates, they keep the community connected and engaged. More than just connectors, they are matchmakers, linking developers with opportunities, filling vacancies with the right businesses, and building a collaborative downtown ecosystem that's full of momentum. Our company has successfully secured and utilized TIF funds to breathe new life into downtown buildings, contributing to its revitalization, most recently the Masonic Temple. I've had several tenants take advantage of the Sign Grant program, which has helped enhance the visibility and appeal of their businesses. Mehmet Casey has personally been instrumental in leasing for our company by actively generating a pipeline of high-impact leads. He has a gift for thoughtfully matching vacant spaces with thriving businesses. Beyond the big projects, the Downtown Billings Partnership remains committed to the everyday details that give downtown that wow factor block by block, ensuring it stays clean, vibrant, welcoming, and ready for whatever's next. Each district is fundamentally different, and forcing all three into a single management contract won't create efficiency. It will dilute services, slow progress, and undermine the success each district has built on its own. Consolidation may seem like a cost-saving measure, but it comes at the expense of decades of momentum and positive impact. I urge the council to maintain the current collaboration with the Downtown Billings Partnership. Doing so ensures the continuation of community development and economic growth downtown.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Gavinsky. I live at 304 Hallowell Lane on the south side, but I work downtown. I'm here to support keeping the district organization separate. The Downtown Billings Partnership continues to create meaningful experiences for both Billings residents and visitors alike. The DBP has created a community downtown through space matchmaking, events, and streetscape maintenance, reminding people that the heart of Billings is downtown. I've worked in a historic building down here for nearly 10 years, and I've seen firsthand the impacts that they have made. It is also clear that the DBP prioritizes finding businesses in spaces that might otherwise remain vacant, something that matters in many ways, but especially to historic preservation, as it gives historic buildings new life. Not only does the DBP create engaging things for people to do with such events as a Strawberry Fest, art walks, and holiday parades, but they also take pride in maintaining clean, welcoming streets. Supporting the downtown partnership as it is now and has been means investing in the energy, identity, and future of our city. As downtown grows, so does the future of Billings. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Linda Brooks. I reside at 2724 Troon Circle, and my business is Something Chic at 2818 2nd Avenue North. I am here in support of maintaining the current management of the urban renewal districts. I appreciate all the efforts of the Downtown Billings Partnership and their support for downtown businesses. I thank the City Council for their recognition of the value of TIF and for their business development, or TIF for business development. TIF has played a vital role in the creation of my business. Thanks to the DBA and their creativity in utilizing TIF dollars, I was able to compete in their first and second Downtown Billings Battle of the Plans. It was a business plan competition for entrepreneurs looking to start new businesses with TIF money as startup funds for their plan. That experience truly launched my journey, and I wouldn't be where I am today without it. My ask of you is to consider what might be lost if you consolidate the TIFs. Maybe you see the TIFs running a little leaner, but what new business opportunities might be lost if a single consultant is not able to take an out-of-the-box idea and run with it for new business development? Thanks for your consideration.
Any further public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Carrie Boyder, and I reside in Ward 3. I wanted to speak to you tonight in support of citizen involvement in city boards and commissions. Given the other items on the agenda, though, I do feel the need to be clear that I am not acting in my role on any particular city board. I am here speaking personally on behalf of my family as a resident and taxpayer in the city of Billings, and as a volunteer who's dedicated countless hours to the betterment of our community. In addition to echoing all of the things that have already been said by Mr. Chiriki, Ms. Reeser, and Ms. Harrison, I want to express my dismay with the repeated inaction by this body on a critical topic of public safety in the form of a Citizen Police Advisory Board. The Citizen Police Advisory Board poses no additional expense to the city while providing innumerable benefits. In addition to fostering transparency, direct dialogue between the community and the BPD, and the research we did that resulted in the immediate onboarding of 3 new CSOs last year, a 33% increase in the size of the unit, with a return on investment that has yet to be calculated. Despite this, for months now, December, January, February, and March, I have stood aside politely, trusting the process as I've been told, and I have watched this body fail to carry out its legal duty to appoint citizens to fill vacancies on existing boards and commissions. Each month, the item has appeared on a publicly noticed agenda, and each month, council has removed the item after discussion of various lengths, once again delaying it for next month. As the Chief of Police informed you, the Citizen Police Advisory Board was renewed through passage of a city resolution last September. It's now your responsibility to appoint members to that board. City staff have recommended appointment of new members in all 3 of the staff memos drafted for your consideration each month. So if it's use of staff time that is of concern, your indecision is serving to create more work for city staff, not less. Additionally, the city attorney further advised you in the March 16th meeting, and I quote, "As your legal counsel, I would continue to recommend that those appointments be made in the meantime until council determines what it's going to do with this, because it exists, and currently there are members of the committee who are continuing to act, but their terms have long since expired.
So under your current rules, City Code does require appointments to be made. Those are Gina's words. Yet even in the face of all this guidance and collective wisdom from city administration, legal counsel, and BPD leadership, and despite the clear recommendations of a legally appointed board of citizen volunteers, you seem unable or unwilling to execute your legal duty to make appointments. Your inaction is causing confusion, uncertainty, and to use the words of Councilmember O'Donnell, it is both impeding and disenfranchising citizen volunteers. It's nearly impossible to achieve a quorum on a 7-person board when 3 vacancies remain unfilled and the other 4 members are acting with expired terms. The ongoing disenfranchisement actually caused the resignation of one of our members. I could go on, and I'm happy to answer more questions, but I encourage you to look back at the emails that have been sent with all of our past presentations and information to make a better determination on this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
I'm a little taller and I'm going to try this first. There we go. Now I know how loud to talk. Good evening, Council. My legal name is Frederick Baker IV, but you may know me as Rick. I'm a resident and a business owner at 208 North 13th Street. I'm also the founder of Hoodies for Heroes, Magic City Wrestling Club, and someone who has invested real time, money, and sweat into the Bird District. I'm not trying to be grandiose about titles, but only highlight how involved I actually am in our community and service work. I'm here because the proposal to merge or eliminate the Bird is a mistake. Not just on paper, a real, on-the-ground mistake. I know and trust that it looks appealing on paper, and quite frankly, trust most of you to make those decisions, as I've worked with you on nonprofit efforts and professionally. I would like to thank you for thinking of the taxpayers' money and physical responsibility of that. But here's the reality. The Bird works. You can walk through the district and see it. Events, murals, businesses growing, people showing up again. And I can speak to this personally. Bird doesn't just exist in the background, they show up. They've helped support projects like the Hoodies for Heroes Memorial before I was even in the Bird. And they've even collaborated with community cleanups with my wrestling club. Heather's now working with me to get TIF funding to revamp the front of my building. That's real impact. That's real partnership. And I want to say something else that matters. Every single day I'm down there, I see Heather walking in the neighborhood, garbage can in one hand, and a grabber stick thing in the other, picking up garbage. Every time. Not because she has to, because she cares. She cares about the people. She cares about the businesses. She cares about the district. You don't replace that with a merger. You don't replace that with a department. And you definitely don't replace it with a spreadsheet. What concerns me is this. When government tries to streamline, what usually happens is we remove the exact thing that we made successful. You take away local presence and suddenly no one owns the outcome anymore. No one's on the ground. No one's accountable. And no one's building relationships. Let's call it what it is. This is inefficiency and this is dilution. If the Bird wasn't working, this would be a different conversation, but it is. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Baker.
I was almost done.
Thank you.
Mayor Nelson, members of City Council, good evening. My name is Jana Marcette. I live at 3205 Durland Drive. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I'm on the membership board of the DBA, and I also work downtown for a nonprofit. I am here in support of keeping the 3 urban renewal districts distinct. I see firsthand how city decisions impact both businesses and community organizations as someone who is downtown every day. And I'm here to express concern about the idea of consolidating the 3 urban renewal districts. While it may appear to be an efficiency measure, it is actually a significant structural change that risks undermining the effectiveness of these districts. These districts have different urban renewal plans, different development goals and infrastructure needs, and different stakeholder ecosystems, as we just heard. The districts were intentionally designed to be locally responsive and specialized, not interchangeable. Downtown in particular is a highly complex environment. It requires consistent, specialized attention and strong relationships with businesses, property owners, nonprofits, and residents. For downtown, consolidation could mean a loss of momentum in critical areas like business recruitment and retention, public safety design, infrastructure advocacy, and the day-to-day coordination that keeps downtown vibrant and economically active. I am also one of the so-called boomerang people. I grew up in Great Falls, and then I spent about 10 years in St. Louis before moving back to Montana to raise my family, and we chose to come to Billings. My time in St. Louis was really eye-opening. I was there at a time of concerted urban renewal, after a long period of very little progress in that area, and I don't want to see Billings go down that road. That road brings safety issues. That road compounds the work that needs to be done. It's not just kicking a can. So I respectfully urge the council to maintain the district-specific management, and I thank you all for your service to our great city. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Denise Joy, Ward 3, a representative of House District 46. I urge you to read Montana State Code 7-15-4208, which refers to the urban renewal. The title for that particular section is Encouragement of Private Enterprise. It doesn't say any it doesn't encourage the TIF districts to concern themselves with city property or city-owned property or city-managed properties. It encourages private enterprise. So when you consolidate all of these districts into a single consultant, you are giving that person an enormous amount of discretion. When applications come forward in, say, Suburra, they very often bring the same application, or may not bring the same application, but they may go forward and go to the other urban districts and ask them what's available on eBird. So what happens is that you can have competition between the districts. When you have a single consultant who sits to judge where applications may go or how those applications look, you're putting a tremendous amount of discretion in that person's hands. Not only that, but there can be conflict between different projects in different locations. How is this consultant going to manage that? The boards that exist on the urban renewal districts live and work and represent a particular part of town. They know it best. They know what they feel people really want to have happen in that district. When you eliminate that kind of involvement, you put a tremendous amount of discretion in the hands of a single person. So I urge you to think very carefully about how that may change the character of those different districts. And why eliminate the competition? eBird may have property that someone is looking at. They may also look at property in South Billings. Why eliminate competition by putting it all in the hands of one person? Let the person and the applicant and people who want to develop in the city go to the competing districts and decide which one suits them best, not have a consultant who deals out applications in a process that favors one over the other. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Good evening, Mayor Nelson, Council. I agree with most things that
Would you please state your, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, Lee
Please
Humphrey,
state-
528 Avenue C and 213 North Broadway. I own and run my office out of there. I've been in downtown Billings for about 20 years. And I come to you tonight, I agree with most of what has been said. I'd like to offer one other perspective that having seen when we get too much government or overlay management in a process, what I fear will actually happen here is to have the same, if we want to keep the same level of expertise and the same level of service for each district, an overlay manager, what's going to happen is you're going to have one person in charge of the same amount of staff that we currently have, because to provide the same level of service, we are going to need the same level of expertise. So if the objective here is to provide the same level and quality of service, we would have somebody trying to make all the districts more efficient while providing localized service and just create more bureaucracy. So there could be some opportunities to become more efficient. And I think it would definitely make sense to ask for recommendations from each district to provide do some self audits, maybe even work with the consultants to try to become more efficient, provide more services. But I think if you provide someone who is essentially in charge of making sure they all run efficient, we're just going to end up with more bureaucracy and trying the very close relationships as the property owners that we do have and that I find myself working with. I do fear that we're going to end up in a situation where we don't have as much power in the hands of our local contacts, and it has to go up and go back and forth through levels of bureaucracy. So I fear with the law of unintended consequences that while there is some positive intent here, I do think we're going to end up with more bureaucracy happening by adding a overlay manager who's in charge of the staff below. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close this portion of our hearing. Don't worry, folks, there are 6 other opportunities tonight for public comment, so you might get your chance. Council, a little bit of housekeeping for tonight. We've had a request to change the order of the agenda, moving number 3 up to number 1 and ratcheting everything else down. So if there's no objections, we'll go ahead and process that. Item number 3 is a 2045 land use plan. And I'm told it's very short, very brief, but we have consultants here who are trying to get somewhere else. Okay, go ahead, Wyeth.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Let me just make sure I'm getting the presentation up here for you. And I will introduce our consultants here in just a second. Maybe. Oh, need sharing turned on, it says. Thanks. Okay. There we go. All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to briefly give a quick introduction, and then our consultants, Allison Malk with Orion Planning Design is going to walk you through a quick presentation. Our aim tonight to have this on your agenda was just to give you a heads up, first of all, that we're kicking off Community Planning Week tonight with you here, and going into several meetings across the community in the next several days in the Heights, South Billings, downtown, and West End to basically provide information on the input and comments we got during the November Community Planning Week for our Billings 2045 effort for the land use plan and future land use map, and to give the community both get their take on what we heard and what is being proposed, and then also give them the heads up that we're moving forward with the information that's moving on to some of it's already on the website, the future land use map, and the land use plan document that is also coming forward this week to be put on the website and to get comment from the community. So our online map, just a quick follow up on that, our flume map, which we introduced to the council a little over a week ago. We're getting a lot of comments, which is great. That's exactly what we wanted. We're also having conversations with people around the community in person, on the phone, et cetera, but that's going well. And we'll be showcasing all of that here as we go through the items that are coming up. I will just remind you that our May deadline for adoption of this process for the land use plan and future land use map is we have to hit that per our legal advice. And so part of what you're going to be seeing this week is a draft of the operational plan for the entire effort that's going to be putting on the website, along with the future land use map that's already there to receive comments. And we're going to have that comment process open the rest of the time until we get to May. So just wanted to remind that. I'll hand it off to Allison to walk you through the presentation. Thanks.
Very fast, very brief, no truer words. Thank you for considering moving us up. I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can because I know you have important business. As a reminder, we started this last April. Over the last 12 months, we've done considerable work with the city staff as well as the community. I'm going to talk about some of the engagement efforts that have informed the planning process, but I'll point to April 2026, which is why I've mentioned. We are back and looking to vet our progress and ensure that the community has an opportunity to reflect on the work that has been done. Too fast. This plan has been guided by a considerable amount of input over the last 12 months. We've hosted a number of stakeholder meetings and workshops starting last August. We were back here in Billings in November and hosted a number of community workshops that were supplemented by an interactive mapping survey and a community-wide survey posted on the website, where we got significant feedback from members of the public and really informed the draft plan. That plan, as Wyeth mentioned, is going to be released this week. And the future land use map has been released and on the project website since about 2 weeks ago. And I want to commend staff for ongoing conversations throughout this entire 12 months, one-on-one with community members and stakeholder groups to really supplement our work. So the draft plan components I'm going to step you through very quickly that will be released on Thursday. We're really informed by that public input, and I want to reinforce that as we move through a review of the draft. One of the things that's critically important to us and our team is to ensure that the plan that we produce for the City of Billings is one that's going to be usable not only for the practitioners, the planners, yourselves, but is going to be approachable and accessible to the public. We feel like an attractive plan is something that people are going to pick up and use more frequently than a bunch of words on a page. So we spent a lot of time drawing the through lines of that community input and creating an engaging document for you to consider come May. The first component of the draft that is being released really delves into why we plan, this planning process, the requirements of state law. It looks at the past planning efforts of the city and significant trend lines and key turning points over time in the historical context that has arrived at the development patterns you see today. And this component goes into great detail on that public input, how it evolved our efforts, how we used everything that's been contributed thus far to inform the plan and that future land use map, and how we have cultivated that input into core themes of the plan that is really the organizational structure. That's layered on top of our baseline analysis, looking at Billings today and some of those requirements of state law that we consider existing infrastructure, the natural environment, constraints of that environment, the market and housing attainability throughout the city, as well as the infrastructure to support future development. We've organized and analyzed those baseline conditions and again tied back to that community input and those through lines and key themes. And that's all led to the development of the future land use map and implementation strategy. As Wyeth mentioned, the map component is part of this plan, but is also kind of a separate entity. And we have used the place types that were developed as part of the West End plan to really inform the future development patterns for the city at large. We've expanded upon those place types in the document, looking more deeply at characteristics for each place type. And as you'll see on the screen, that's a typical layout of each place type that is then layered to produce the future land use map. And that consolidated map is what we're really looking for feedback from the community on this week. The final component that will be up for review is that implementation strategy. This is a really critical component of any plan, and it's something we'll be looking for feedback on. Again, using those core themes that we arrived at from that public input to organize implementation actions, looking at timeframe priorities, partnerships, and whether and how we measure success. So the week's goals, or I should say the next 3 days will be a series of open house events over each lunch hour as well as in the evening. These are drop-in events. There'll be a preliminary introduction where we'll go through very briefly this information to orient people to the type of feedback we'd like to receive. And then the week will be capped off by an open house for the Heights neighborhood plan specifically, so there's a lot of opportunity for engagement. We'll be looking again at input specifically on that place type map, the future land use map, and the implementation strategies. And our work this week and the feedback received will be supplemented by that interactive mapping application that is available on the city's website or our project website, and will continue to be open through the public comment period and adoption process. There are also a number of resources that are available on the project website today. This presentation will be posted. All previous presentations given are posted on the website, and this is also the website that will be used to launch the components of the draft plan. So what comes next? As I mentioned and Wyeth mentioned, we will be releasing those components on Thursday. That kicks off a formal 30-day public comment period, which is a best practice to allow folks ample time to review ahead of consideration of recommendation for adoption by the Interim Planning Commission that's set for later this month, and then your consideration of the plan in May. We are looking at potential amendments of that operating plan through the summer as the Heights and the West End plan undergo consideration, and we wrap up some of the final elements to really put a bow on this planning package. So appreciate your time tonight. I didn't have a little timer up there, but hopefully I came in under 10 minutes. Happy to take questions, but I'm sure I'll be seeing you back here in the next month or so.
Any questions for our presenter? Oh, Mr. Boyd, you were first.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's pretend I'm a citizen in the Heights and I look at this map and I go, boy, I don't agree with that. This is wrong. I think it should be green instead of pink or whatever it is.
Yes.
you're not going to change because of one person. Does it take a dozen people? Does it take 100 people to the point where you would say, boy, maybe you are right? Just because one person says anything, what difference does it make?
Well, that's a great question. And you're right. Just because one person places a dot on the map, it's information that we have and we will reflect upon. But what we're really looking for are areas of consensus where if the map has been pretty thoroughly vetted by our team and with city staff, and so we feel very confident with some of the designations, but that doesn't mean that we don't want that input to reconsider and that we want to provide that feedback for you all to consider in the final adoption. So where we see repeat comments, where we see a lot of comments placed in a certain area of the city, those are the areas that we're going to really be looking at to kind of maybe reconsider as we bring this plan forward in May. I don't have I wouldn't say a firm number, but I think the more the better.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Do you know during these meetings that we have throughout the community, will those comments be added to the map so other people can see those comments as you go around?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mayor, one more question. This is more for Wyeth, I suppose. And maybe you can answer this. I'm a little concerned that May 11th is the date. I didn't see your timeline's not up there right now, but I think it was May 11th was the time we are going to be approving the operational plan, and we have until the 17th. It doesn't give us a whole lot of time between approval and the deadline if council wants to make any kind of changes. When will council actually see this? Will first time we see it is just like a few days before the 11th? Is that how that's going to work? Do you know?
No, the draft that we will release on Thursday will be the draft that comes before you. But I think, and Wyeth, tell me if I'm speaking on a turn, I think what we'll do is with the input that we get over the next 30 some odd days, we would highlight for you all what adjustments we would recommend be made for you to consider at that meeting.
Okay. And then one more question, Mayor. If you can go to and maybe this is only a portion of it, but you had the examples of the different mapping zones.
Of the place types?
Yeah, the place types. Thank you.
Yeah.
And so my concern is when I looked at some of the place types online, it doesn't really give a broad enough range. For instance, if you look at the urban residential or the urban residential mix, there's a really broad plane from a single family home all the way up to 9+. And so I'm not so sure are you going to have more pictures or explain to this that what actually visually what this is going to be? Because if I look at as I did online and looked at some of the things like urban residential, it looks like just basically a single family home, an older one, like, first neighborhoods. But we know that it can actually go all the way up much higher than that. And so it seems to me the material we're presenting doesn't present the entire spectrum of what can be done.
Yeah, and I think that when the layout that you see on the screen, that's what will be released on Thursday, and that provides more detail on those place types and some character references. Perfectly acceptable if you feel like we need to go further. That's good feedback that we can take under advisement. But I think it will add additional layers that you're looking for, and this is what we'll be presenting to the public or using in our open houses over the next few days to help us engage with them and understand if how we've applied it on the map is maybe out of context.
But yeah, and just in my preferences, I just want to make sure we're open to the public and what's available. And so when I look at a quarter mixed use, I would like to see what it looks like from 6 to 8 units on that, because that's something that I say, yeah, maybe that's where this belongs, but we don't know that without knowing what that is, or some of the NX3s that are larger in that. I think it'd be a better example to let the public know and pick and choose some of those. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you
Great
very much.
presentation. Okay, that brings us to urban renewal districts. Here's how we're going to proceed on this issue. I think we're going to go in this order. Staff will make Councilmember Boyette, you're going to speak first. Staff will make its presentation. Councilmember Boyette, you can speak to your initiative. Thank you. I lost that word. Then each of the urban renewal districts will be asked to come up in this order: downtown, east, and then south. That's by seniority. You'll have 10 minutes to make a presentation to the council. After that, there will be questions to the council. I'd ask that the council hold your questions. If you have one during a presentation, make a note of it. Hold your presentations till all of the urban districts have had an opportunity to talk. Then we'll open it up to public comment, and then the council will talk about direction. So, Councilmember Boyette. You're welcome.
So I guess my real reason is currently we spend about $665,000 to administer 3 TIFs with that have the same MOUs. To me, that just seemed like an exorbitant amount of money to give for administrating 3 TIFs that give away money. So I had made an initiative to do an RFP to consolidate, simplify, and standardize. So after visiting with staff and a couple of other council members, I came up with 4 different solutions that I think might work. Number 1 is to leave it alone and pay $665,000 of taxpayer money to manage it. This is administration. One consultant makes $98,000 a year. Policemen, firemen, and school teachers don't make that kind of money to give away money. Number 2 would be an RFP to an organization to run the whole thing, which can be done. Another one is to bring it in-house, and we do it ourselves. That's done around the state. And lastly, probably the one that would make the most sense, easiest to deal with, would be to keep the 3 as they are, but reduce the amount of money, because all 3 get 3 different amounts of money. One gets $326,000, one gets $179,000, one gets $160,000. It's a lot of money. I would do it for $500,000 myself. But at the same time, staff has shown me in our staff report that these 3 TIFs come in to see the finance department, they come in to see the planning department, and they use legal services. And that's almost $300,000 a year they figure in expenses. So the number 4, I think, would be the best thing perhaps, is reduce the annual budgets for the 3 to make them all the same, but hire a city staff like an operations manager, so that when the TIFs bring in their applications, we're not spending the planning department supervisor looking at it. It's a clerk staff job. This is taxpayer money that doesn't go into the general fund, as that one lady suggested. It goes back into the TIFs to be given out to the people in the TIFs. One of our TIFs, they generate, according to Andy, the same gross tax revenue last year as they did in 2021. So they haven't grown. The only one that's really grown is the Suburra, because of the vacant land they put in new buildings. So my idea is to try to save money for the TIFs to be used in the TIFs themselves. That was my goal with those 4 different solutions. There may be more than solutions, but those are the 4 I thought of.
Thank you, Mr. Boyette. Wyeth, you're up.
All right. Good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. And this is already brief, but Councilmember Boyette covered a lot of things, so I'll try to even be a little briefer in my information, but obviously some of this is for the benefit of just kind of background for everyone. So how did we get here? But even before Councilmember Boyette's initiative, the City Council last summer discussed the urban rural districts and administration of those districts. And that was actually the sort of thing that started that was state law change regarding the advisory committees and the makeup of those advisory committees. But we did come forward, city staff did, and brought some recommendations and concepts to the council regarding both the committees and also operations for the districts. At that time, the council directed staff to obviously implement the state law that we needed to do for those committees, but remain status quo pretty much on the rest of those operations. And that's when you went forward and entered new agreements with all three entities that are set to expire the end of this fiscal year. Then Councilmember Boyette this February launched this initiative that we're discussing tonight, and the council agreed to have this conversation. Just of another piece here. So the council members, several council members sent questions kind of later last week, both to city staff and to the representatives of the three district entities regarding things like operations, historical growth, activities in the districts, and then also some clarifications on administration. All that was compiled Friday and Saturday. I sent it out to all of you Saturday evening that has those responses. Everything we had at that point from the districts and information that staff had provided. Some of that was also, we were able to provide a little bit of that in the memo before the memo went out on Friday as those questions had showed up. So what you have with your memo tonight, aside from what was sent to you in that email over the weekend, is the work session memo from last summer when this was discussed, a draft RFP scope of services per the initiative of Councilmember Boyette, and what that might look like if it was consolidated, and then the agreements of all three of the entities that the city has at this time. As Councilmember Boyette mentioned, so options for going forward that could be considered by council that the staff has put together and was in the memo is to, again, those agreements all expire on June 30th. So that's kind of our target here of what to do next, is either leave it all the same as it is and extend those current agreements, issue an RFP for consolidated services. And we just had some questions if that was the route you were going to go. Excuse me. Would it be, how would you consider those in terms of administration of one or two of the districts or all of them, or what would that look like? Reducing annual operating budgets for the three districts, and then updating the agreements and adding some city staff support, as Councilmember Boyette mentioned, for some of those core operations that right now the planning director, the finance director, the legal city attorney, and sometimes administration are the ones that are working through that with the districts when issues come along. And then potentially bringing all the management into the city operations and adding additional city support. So just in terms of the discussion, we're all here. We have representatives from all three districts that are also here to provide information and answer your questions. And we just would like to leave the meeting with that direction in terms of what are the next steps that you want to do with this process so that we can do what's needed to prepare and bring options or the next step back to you, so we can kind of keep running with the budget fiscal year that we're in right now and the ending of the agreements in June. So with that, I'll leave it on this slide, since that was kind of what a lot of what Councilmember Boyette started with, and be happy to answer questions and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Representatives from the Downtown Urban Renewal District, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Schreiner. I'm the CEO for Downtown Billings. This is the umbrella organization that oversees 3 nonprofits dedicated to the improvements of Downtown Billings on behalf of our community. I won't take all 10 minutes of your time, but I do have a statement. My hope is that in making this statement, this sets the stage for how we are approaching this conversation tonight, and how I hope we can engage in conversation with you, Council, as a body. Over the last 2 months, the Downtown Billings team, our board members, and I have all engaged in many conversations with you in regards to the management of the Downtown Urban Renewal District. We have truly sought to understand the intention behind pushing to consolidate the management of our 3 city URDs, and to take any opportunity to help this elected body fully understand the mechanisms, the state statutes, and the logistics that guide this work. One reoccurring theme that arose in these conversations was a misunderstanding of what it is we actually do in this work. It seems to be a common belief that the staff members who manage the URDs primarily wait around in anticipation of accepting applications for tax increment financing grants, We review the application documents and then pass them along to city staff, who then go on to execute, manage, and close out the various development projects. And yes, if this was in fact the sole task of these staff members, I would agree with you. This does not require, in the case of the Downtown Billings Partnership, the expertise of 7 employees at the cost of $326,000 a year. But this assumption couldn't be further from the actual work plan that's deployed by the Downtown Billings Partnership in its management of the Downtown Urban Renewal District and its associated urban renewal plan that has been adopted by City Council. The URDs were created to provide focused, intentional, and visionary action plans to facilitate development and growth in areas of our community that were stagnating. Each of these districts has seen significant growth in the taxable value since their respective creation, growth that would not have developed if left on its own. It's true, the coordinated facilitation of this growth has required a substantial investment by the city into the existing economic development organizations and their staff, but the investment has been returned to our community through an increased tax base, reduced blight, economic strength, ongoing strategic planning, and consistent and thoughtful attention to details, deliverables, and relationships. The management contracts at the center of this discussion identify a scope of work that goes far beyond the processing of a TIF application. The agreement exists, and it quotes, for the purpose of assisting the city in the revitalization and continued development of the urban renewal districts through coordinated planning, project implementation, and economic development initiatives. The Downtown Billings Partnership will collaborate with the city staff, the Urban Renewal District Advisory Committee, and private partners to administer and advance the district's urban renewal plan, promote investment, identify and facilitate public infrastructure improvements, and assist City Council in the evaluating and implementing projects supported by tax increment financing and other related programs. Extensive emails were exchanged over the last 2 weeks detailing these work plans, budgets, development programs, and strategic goals, along with the successes, testimonials, and community support for the work of the Downtown Billings Partnership. I understand and acknowledge that we'll be focusing on these facts in detail tonight, so I won't repeat what's already been said so eloquently in dozens of emails and in public comment tonight. But I would like to make this request. As an elected representative of our city, will you please try to approach this conversation with your and your constituents' vision and hopes for these urban renewal districts at the forefront? I'd like to start that conversation off with this. The vision and strategy that's been developed and implemented by the Downtown Billings Partnership since 1997 is to participate in transformational projects that include increased housing, vibrant and successful business development and recruitment, foundational infrastructure maintenance and construction, the creation of a safe downtown experience, and strong and trustworthy relationships with our community members, developers, property owners, business owners, and with you. And isn't that what you also envision for Downtown Billings? The Downtown Billings Partnership is succeeding in delivering this vision. We love doing this work on behalf of our community, and we want to continue managing the Downtown Urban Renewal District in partnership with you. I look forward to engaging in this conversation with you all tonight. Any questions regarding the operations, staffing, or budgets of the Downtown Billings team will be answered by me. Questions related to the Downtown Urban Renewal District, Urban Renewal Plan, tax increment financing, the day-to-day work plans, or ongoing strategic initiatives will be answered by Mehmet Casey, the Economic Development Director for Downtown Billings Partnership. I appreciate your time. I appreciate the engagement that we'll have tonight, and we hope to come to a conclusion that works best for our community as a whole. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Can you guys hear me? Am I okay? Okay.
Good
evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me here. I'm Heather Ebert, East Billings Urban Renewal District. I don't have a lot to say because I figure you guys have more questions than I have to read, so I'll just read this real quick. City staff has called the current urban renewal district structure inefficient and high cost. From inside City Hall, I understand why it feels that way. I believe we can work with city staff to improve efficiency throughout the entire system. From the eBird taxpayer's perspective, it often works because it's simple. In the eBird, when a property owner has a problem or an idea, they call, I answer, and we move forward on their project. No guessing who to call, no getting bounced around, no waiting for a response. That's the kind of efficiency that the memo doesn't cover. The 3 urban renewal districts are not the same. They're 3 different jobs. They have 3 different urban renewal plans and 3 different goals. They require different relationships, different technical knowledge, and different day-to-day work. If moved to a single all or nothing model, there may be a cleaner structure, a smaller line item, but you also risk more friction and fewer projects, as well as the loss of decades of institutional knowledge and relationships that keep the districts moving forward. There's always ways to operate more efficiently, and we're committed to that. From the taxpayer's perspective, the people whose TIF dollars we are talking about, there is already a level of efficiency in how this work gets done today. Efficiency won't come from removing the direct district level work that actually makes these urban renewal projects happen. This work builds over time relationships, knowledge of properties, project momentum, and that continuity is what keeps projects moving. In the eBird, we are focused on making sure every dollar shows up as visible progress, fewer stagnant properties, more active sites, and more projects moving forward. As you consider consolidation and the RFP, I'd ask you to hold one question in front of everything else. Are you designing this for intentional or internal convenience, or for the investor, property owner, business owner who needs quick, straightforward access to someone whose job it is to make urban renewal work for the taxpayers of the district?
Hello, everybody. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tim Goodridge, and I'm speaking on behalf of the South Billings Urban Renewal Association, the SBURA, the advisory board to the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District. So sometimes it's a big mouthful to get them all out there. My role is to represent the SBURA during the interim of Dick Zier's passing and the selection of someone to replace him. And my assignment is to help to reorient the board and recommend improvements to them, taking into account where we were at, and where we want to go. Just a little brief history on the South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District. It was established in 2007 and 2008, so we're looking at 18 years. It's one of the largest tax increment districts in the state of Montana, with a unique mixture of residential, commercial, retail, and public properties. Just like every other district in town, it's unique in its makeup and its personality. The SBURA was formed alongside the district to serve as the community-rooted nonprofit advisory board, recommending TIF expenditures to the city council on behalf of the property owners, businesses, and residents of South Billings. In 2012, following public engagement process that included a bunch of workshops, shareholder interviews, stakeholders, coordination with city planning and staff, the master plan was adopted. And the plan set a clear course, and it wants to reduce blight, complete infrastructure, encourage reinvestment, and position South Billings as a destination for residents and businesses. The TIF program, the TIF increment program, has been the primary financial instrument for delivering all of that. We want to assure the council that all the TIF assistance awarded through SBURA has been recommended and administered in alignment with both the master plan and the city's TIF policy. That was codified in the resolution you guys put forward in like 2018, I believe, 18-100750. And so the applications have been evaluated according to that plan and to that adopted resolution, and they require economic stimulus, tax generation, employment creation, elimination of blight, and project feasibility. So those are all the criteria that go into everything that's evaluated in the SBURA, and it's in the application process, and all of those elements are taken into account before we come to the city staff and then bring them in front of your body for deliberation. They've required development agreements, certificates of occupancy, paid contractor invoices, all of those required things to make it all work in accordance with the way that the city has designated. Here's the major point for us is we understand the council's goal. You want to reduce the administrative overhead across the 3 urban renewal districts. This is legitimate and reasonable. You don't want to waste the taxpayers' money. But before the body considers structural consolidation, we respectfully ask you to look at what you already hold in your hands. Your resolution is clear and deliberate. Section 3 gives the city direct levers over every urban renewal district advisory board. The MOU between each board and the city council defines and can be amended to tighten the roles, responsibilities, authorities, staffing, and conflict of interest protocols. Training requirements ensure board members understand their legal obligations. Uniform financial reporting standards set by the finance director and the planning director in coordination with the URD staff support staff create the consistency and transparency that you guys are seeking. These are not theoretical levers. They are active, enforceable tools. If administrative costs in any district are too high, the MOU can be renegotiated. If reporting is inconsistent, the finance director can standardize it immediately. The mechanisms for the outcomes that you're trying to get to already exist. There's no reason for you to reorganize to activate it. That's our major position, is you already hold in your hands the tools you need to achieve the objectives that you're saying that you want to achieve. There's no reason to reorganize everything. The thing to keep in mind too is in government, there's always the rule of unintended consequences. So the 3 Billings urban renewal districts were created because something wasn't working in the neighborhoods. Blight was real, investment was absent, and the tax base was stagnant or declining. By any honest measure, the districts have performed. Taxable values have gone up, private investment has followed public investment, blighted properties have been rehabilitated, jobs have been created. We would ask the council to weigh this track record carefully before restructuring a system that is producing results. Consolidation under a single office raises questions that deserve answers before you act on it. Will community-based advisory boards, whose members must own or lease property in the district, retain the local knowledge and neighborhood accountability that makes TIF programs effective? Will response times slow down? Will the district master plans for each district be served with equal attention? These are not arguments against change. They're just questions that need to be answered before something of this magnitude is undertaken. And finally, we're not here to be defensive at the SBURA. We acknowledge that we have room to improve. Our communication with city staff and council can be more consistent and proactive. Our record keeping and documentation practices can be more rigorous. Our board operations can be more efficient. These are fair observations and we take them seriously. Once this council has made its decision on the question of district administration, SBURA is committed to addressing each of these areas directly, working within whatever structure you determine is best. What we ask is that the decision be made with the full confidence that the existing policy framework, properly exercised, can deliver the accountability and cost discipline this council is seeking, without putting at risk the momentum that 2 decades of community investment have built. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Before we get to questions for council, we're getting close to 7:30. Would you like to take a break for about 9 minutes? All right, 9-minute break. We'll come back at 7:23. Any of the groups that have presented? Mr. Boyette.
Wyatt, are you here again? I was surprised at the memo that it said total direct staff support for the three are around 298,000. Can you explain that? Why it's almost $300,000?
Councilmember Boyette and Mayor and Council, I can explain a little bit. I think I'll probably have to have Andy, our finance director, Andy Zeller, speak to it in more detail. So yeah, that is broken out by basically cost allocation charges between what finance does regarding the districts and what the Planning and Community Services Department does for the districts. And I think actually the finance piece also, there's administration, also city administration that's in there too. But it's basically both the work that's being done and also overhead O&M for the positions then that are doing the work, which is me in planning and community services across all three districts, and then Director Zeller and some of his staff on the finance side. So that's covering all the different things that we're doing. And again, I'll let him speak to where they're at, managing bonds and all that stuff. I outlined some of it in the questions over the weekend for what I'm doing. It's everything right now from finding out like with the meetings being scheduled and whether they're being properly noticed and is all that being done, responding to questions from the district folks and the advisory committees now on processes and issues and such. Obviously doing the application work with the districts back and forth when applications are coming in, but then also through when they get recommended and then bringing them through the council process to you and all those pieces, as well as the mechanics of the development agreements and the information that has to then go back after you make an approval so that the applicant who's been awarded the TIF award, they enter that development agreement with the city, and then we process through that until they come back for reimbursement. So those are a few of the things that I'm doing, but that's where that fund comes from. It's divvied up 3 different allocations for my position in that amount, and then finance.
And are we compensated for that at all through the TIFs? Did the TIFs
So,
pay you?
Correct. Yeah, that's the amount you're talking about. That is coming from the districts currently with what we're doing.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shaw, then Councilmember Nelson.
Also a question for you. And so people understand what we're talking about, there's the amount of money that goes directly to the districts via the MOUs that the city has signed to administer things, but then there's also internal staff services like planning, finance, administration, which makes total sense to me. In theory, council could just increase the funding on the city side to cover our part of it and not touch the administration to the districts. Is that accurate?
Councilmember Shaw, Mayor and Council, yes, I believe so. I mean, you'd be whatever you'd be doing, you'd be pulling it from the district, from the total amounts that the budgets have for each of the districts.
I just wanted to make sure we had all the options on the table. And then my follow-up to this is, you're the most expensive employee in the planning department. Mm-hmm. So would it make sense? I think you're advocating for, kind of from my reading of the memo, of having a staff member that can take some of this off your plate. To me, I'm kind of curious, would we end up with a net savings doing that, even within what we're spending right now, just by being able to hire an FTE that's at a lower level than you that can handle all of this stuff, and then we're not I don't mean subsidizing in a negative way, but with your salary. Do you think we'd end up there? Of getting to a place of more efficient administration without really costing a lot more money, but also hiring a new FTE? Do you think that would be possible?
Councilmember Shaw and Mayor and Council, I think there could be some, advantage to that, like what you're describing. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but yes, I mean, there's a bunch of those processes that a staff person, and actually I brought this up and we didn't get into this in the memo, but for a year, we had a TIF coordinator that was a city position that oversaw 2 of the districts many, many years ago. And so, yes, the answer is there is a way to look at doing that and how we would adjust who's doing what and then how those positions are covered. So there would be a benefit there. I don't know exactly what it would look like. I'd still be involved, but it would be different.
Okay. I guess my point is that not even touching what the administration of the if we do nothing about what the current MOUs, there is a possibility for more efficiency within internal city services that are being provided, and it sounds like it's needed for the workload, which I totally understand. So, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Wyeth, are the expenses that you outlined a function of them being separate, or would they stay the same if they were consolidated?
Mayor and council, I guess I don't know exactly. I would think that there'd be some benefit with dealing with just one entity versus three, and then how those processes would work both externally and internally. But
you see the volume of work, say the number of projects decreasing through consolidation? I'm asking, is that where the efficiency you think would come from?
I don't think necessarily in terms of what's going through the different districts, whether it's programs, applications, or other support. I don't think that would necessarily change. I think things would continue. I mean, the expectation is all three districts would continue to move along as they are. So I don't think that would be changing.
All right, thank you. Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. A series of questions, if you would, Mr. Mayor, having to do with audits.
Okay.
We heard earlier that the three TIFs have not been audited for a number of years. I just want more information about that, please.
Mayor, Councilmember O'Donnell. So the tax increment finance funds, the city tax funds, those are part of the city's audit and included annually. So the TIF revenue that we present is in our annual financial report, and that is audited. What I believe the reference, what I believe he's referring to that hasn't been audited is the entity of the downtown Billings partnership, perhaps, separate and distinct from the city. So it is not the TIF district that has not been audited. Those are audited annually as part of the city's audit.
So all tax monies are fully accounted for and audited?
100% yes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Kennedy. You're third.
Mayor, I have a series of questions too. Either Wyatt or Andy. As I'm looking through this, Andy, you want to come up for a minute? I see for the 5-year TIF revenue, as we've gone from 21 through 25, we've seen from 3.5 million to 4.4 in Sabura. We've seen 732,000, and last year, our 24, 2 years ago, was over 1 million, but now it's dropped to 935,000. And then in the downtown, it's been 2.4, and it looks like it's been that pretty much all the way through. It's pretty straight line there. So as we look at this, is the TIF districts, we keep on increasing every year the administrative costs to these to keep the TIF districts going? Are you saying there's one district right now that's been increasing and the others have been either flat or going down?
Councilmember Kennedy, so the table you're referring to is representative of the tax revenue, which I guess I would say that, yeah, the South District has been growing quite a bit as measured by tax revenue relative to the other two districts. The tax revenue downtown is a little bit tricky because they have concentration of a large taxpayer, which is the AT&T telecom company. And so as that individual tax property fluctuates, it has a pretty significant impact on their tax revenue. So maybe a little bit. I guess I'd recommend a little bit of caution by just looking at the tax revenue growth, because they have such a concentration of that one taxpayer. The other area I'd look, and I think was another table that was shared with you, was the taxable value growth, which isn't necessarily tax revenue because the function of mills, we won't get into the whole math on it, but looking at the taxable value of the districts as well relative to their original growth or their original value. And then I would also encourage that you compare it to the city growth over time as well, to kind of gain some perspective on how are they doing compared to the city overall.
Okay. The other question that I wanted to do follow up on is, now we administratively, Sabura 160,000, the eBird 179,000, and the Downtown Business Association 326,000. But I'm just looking at budget items. Wyeth, on Sabura, there's item number 5 in this budget item from 26. It's fundraising fees. Are we paying fundraisers to go out and raise money to be able to do these projects?
Councilmember
Kinda
Kennedy.
A little, not really hefty, but it's 25,000.
Councilmember Kennedy, Mayor and Council, and I'm not quite sure what you're looking at. I don't think.
The
Okay.
the one I had at my place tonight.
Okay. Is that that's the operating budget
That's
you're
the
talking
operating
about?
budget for
That's the
Aspera.
operating
Yeah. So
budget.
I think what you're seeing, so that there's the way the agreements in the past have been set up, is that you budget, like for South Billings, you budget that $160,000. That's the agreement with the city to provide the services, and then within their operating budget, they may call out something like that they're doing. But it's not. It's within that operating budget for that district entity, not with what the city is doing. Does that make sense? Is that helpful? Or
Chris?
Which, Mayor and Council, I think is a question, frankly, for the boards or for their staff. What you've done is agreed to pay the downtown 326, Sabura 160, and eBird 179. They've created their own budgets internally as to how they use those funds, which is not an oversight role of our staff.
Sure. And why I'm asking about it is administratively, as we have looked at all the money, and it's quite administratively a real difference between each of the districts. I just pointed, that came out this evening that was sitting in front of me. I guess the other piece is I'm looking at the eBird. I think they have 1 employee, and the salary and insurance and everything about 140,000. I would just make one comment. I think you're more expensive to go out and pick up garbage and walk around the area than for the amount of money there. So that's quite hefty there. And then looking at, I'm just looking at dollars and cents, folks, of what's in these budgets. And just looking at the 238,000, there's 49,000 that's overhead costs, but we have 238 and we're paying for 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people on the line item, a portion and 1 full time. And that's when we have 1 person in each of the other 2. I just think there's a little difference between them all, and they may be offering different services, but I think the MOU that we have and what each of them have is stated the same thing. that administratively, why aren't we paying the same costs out for administrative? Because that's what the contract is to the management. So those are my comments. I'll stop there for right now.
Okay, next in this order will be Councilmember Lindley, then Councilmember Neese, then Councilmember Aspenlater.
Thank you. Yeah, let's see. First of all, I wanted to maybe just make sure we can, for myself, start off by saying a couple of numbers here. I mean, I think numbers are very important to this conversation. So since, to my calculation, it could be a little off, but since these increments were started, collectively, we've got 84.5 million in increment across all the years of the districts, which is pretty great, especially when you consider you've got 8 million in admin fees. So to my calculation, you got about a 10.6 to 1 ratio. So for every dollar we're spending in admin, we're getting 10.5 back. I think there was a comment made by Andy to compare it to the growth in general of Billings. And in general, Billings in that same time period has grown 69%, the tax base, I should say. East is about equal to that, but downtown has grown 91% and South has grown 101%. So we've got really good performance. I think it's hard to argue that these aren't making an impact. Having said that, I think the conversation tonight about looking at the structure, looking at the governance, looking at the expenses is certainly worth it. And I think the conversation about what's different, what's unique, it's pretty easy to see in anything that we're looking at or anybody else looks at that downtown certainly is unique. And I think in some ways, I've worked downtown for a couple of decades. I know the impact to vacancies in the downtown area. That makes a huge impact just for everybody that lives and works downtown. So one of the things I guess I was curious from somebody from the downtown could speak to maybe briefly is the programs that you have that are unique to the downtown. If you can just maybe highlight a couple of those items.
Councilmember Lindley. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the question. Yes, so we have several programs and all of them are outlined in our urban renewal plan. And one of which is, as you've heard some of the public comments today and read from the emails, is the Battle of the Plans program. That started in 2016. That is specifically outlined in the urban renewal plan as a priority, is a business recruitment and retention program. So through that program, we leverage downtown developments, whether it's the investment in the space or the recruitment of filling the space. And then oftentimes it's both, actually. And then the other things that occur within the program, aside from the standard usage of tax increment financing as a financing tool for the urban renewal district, is within that same program, we've made micro grants that are more geared towards business owners rather than property owners. And you all have approved those programs to be managed in-house. They're smaller grants, 1-to-1 up to 3,000. And then furthermore, the other thing that we do is we liaison a lot with business and property owners and property managements, real estate agents, nonprofits, even the public sector, and leveraging those contacts and figuring out what is available, what are the rates, what are the needs of the community that's looking for a space to occupy. And oftentimes, many cases, these spaces are listed online if they have a representative that's working on behalf of that entity, such as a commercial real estate agent. In some cases, the space may be available, but it's not listed anywhere. It's not online. It may look like it's used for storage or it's occupied, but it's actually available. And so this is the intimate knowledge that we have at the street level that we're constantly providing for the business owners to fill in these spaces. Since 2019, we've eliminated 80% of ground level vacancies to date. And that's all through these efforts, the Battle of the Plans, the liaisoning with the contacts, and these micro programs.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then one final item. I do think There are items certainly from an administrative perspective that I think are kind of curious when you look across these three districts doing the same thing. For example, when you look at the accounting or IT services, vastly different costs. I mean, I think there are certainly opportunities to do that. I think I'm talking about pretty small numbers, but you know, kind of like Councilmember Kennedy mentioned, I think when you see line items that you have curiosity about, we really do need to understand where they're coming from. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lindley. Councilmember Neese, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, I have a question for you. As was mentioned, there's different opportunities or different ways we could do this. Can you let us know in the state of Montana if there's any other cities that actually manage the TIFs, or either a TIF or multiple TIFs within the city organization, and how they're doing?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, yes, there's different communities across the state do this differently, although I think we're unusual outside of all the other ones in how we do ours. But as an example, so Bozeman has their districts. They have an economic development staff that are city staff that then manage the districts for the city of city of Bozeman, and work with. They have advisory. I believe they have advisory committees for each district, but they all then flow through a couple of staff for the city that then operate things. And part of that, and talked to City Administrator Kukulski, who obviously was over there. They also don't have like a Big Sky economic development entity. So their economic development is the city, you know, in the city, and is the city doing it. So that's where that kind of ties in. So that's an example there. Missoula actually has an urban renewal authority, which is allowed under state statute. That's a way you can operate districts, and they have one authority that oversees their districts with staff. And basically the way that's set out in statute, the council, that's still a budget that's approved by the city council each year, but then that authority has a board and they do all the activities. The stuff doesn't come to council over there like every application here. So a couple of ways that's done in terms of how they operate in other communities. And I believe Butte also, Butte Silverbow has staff, city county staff in that case, who are managing them over there.
Okay. So in the case of like Bozeman or Missoula, do they manage multiple districts, or is it just the one district?
They manage multiple districts in those situations.
Do you have any idea what their budgets are for their TIF?
I don't offhand know. I don't have that information.
Thank you.
Mr. Aspenleiter.
Thanks, Mayor. This question for Ms. Schreiner. Mr. Mayor, Ms. Schreiner, my question's around, you got three organizations that make up your overall budget, and I appreciate Mr. Casey sending that information over. Your overall budget's right around $965,000, it looks like, with the TIF contributing about a third of that, roughly. So functionally, I know you got the bid and the partners or the business association. If there was a reduction in your budget from the TIF in this conversation, could those other two entities make up the deficit or the difference in that budget? Is that functionally a possibility? I'm understanding that's got to go back out to those organizations. The downtown business owners have to agree. Functionally, is that a conversation that could or would occur with your group?
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Aspenleiter, the short answer is no, not with the services that are currently being provided to manage the Urban Renewal District following the initiatives of the Urban Renewal Plan. In order to cover the work that's being carried on within the Urban Renewal District, we would have to go back to the taxpayers that make up the Business Improvement District, who pay the special assessment that makes up the bid, And we would also be asking our business community to contribute as members to pay in an additional amount as business members into that organization. We certainly would see a loss of staff and some of the programming function. I'm not sure that we would be able to lift Battle of the Plans as a program going forward, in addition to just the time and effort that is spent building relationships with the business community as it exists.
Follow up, but it is possible. I mean, if the downtown businesses wanted to maintain the same level of service without missing a stride, I mean, it is possible to make up that, whatever that deficit may or may not be, if the contract was changed next year on renewal. There is an opportunity for that to self-elect to the downtown businesses to make up that deficit. Is that what
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Brassenleiter, that would be true. We could go back to the property owners as taxpayers and as business owners, small business owners, to pay more into the district. We could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Boyette, then Mr. Pittman.
I guess maybe Andy. I'm looking at the downtown gross tax revenue from 21 to 25, and it stayed the same. What does that mean to you going forward? Does that mean is it growing or dying or staying still? I mean, give me any ideas about that.
Oh, now it is. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay, you can start
I was wrong.
over.
Yeah. Councilmember Boyette, the downtown district has been flat for a few years relative to tax revenue. I think what you're looking at, it's fluctuated right around 2.7 million each year. So there's not a lot of tax revenue growth in the downtown district. Again, they do have a concentration of one large taxpayer that does fluctuate in value quite a bit. Not necessarily, really irrespective to what happens downtown. It's valued at its statewide valuation, and then a portion of it ascribed to Billings. So I would just encourage you to use some caution there, because that individual taxpayer is not representative of what's happening in downtown. It's not even representative of what's happening in Billings. It's more representative of what's happening in telecommunications across the country.
So if you took that out, how much would this thing be worth and what would it generate?
I don't know the answer to that question offhand.
So do you see this doing anything in the future other than staying kind of level, or do you think it'll grow? Any words of wisdom, I guess?
No, I don't have any good words of wisdom. I don't know how to predict the districts very well.
So, Mayor, if I could, what I would add is you do have some specific activity that you can point at, right? We've got a couple of mid-rise buildings, new constructions downtown that we hadn't seen any new constructions in decades. So, as you recall, each time those projects have come to you, we've been hyper conservative, but in estimating what will the tax revenue be generated off of Old Town Flats and off of the new hotel. And as Andy has said, the centrally assessed piece of the telecom, I think in my 7 budgets here, it's almost been a yo-yo each year. 1 year up close to double digits, then drops close to double digits. And literally by that centrally assessed piece, which doesn't have any direct relationship to Billings. It has to do with that company's assets relative to the state of Montana and how the state assesses them. So that's that one that Andy's, I think, warning us that it's not a good apples to apples comparison for them in our downtown.
All right, you good?
Just one last thing. I would hope that the Suburra is growing. There's no question about it. All this new business that Mehmet said come in, we still are flat. We haven't gained anything in tax revenue. do we continue the same thing and continue the same method and the tax revenue doesn't change? What do we get out of it, I guess, for the same thing?
Is that to me or is that rhetorical? Okay. I would say that they should all be providing the services required in the MOU. That's what you'll get. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Aspenleiter, then Mr. Pittman.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just a quick one, Andy, on that. Not looking for an answer. Just can you chart that and get that over to council, the centrally assessed fluctuation over the last 5 years or 10 years on AT&T, and maybe going forward as we evaluate the downtown TIF, if we can see that as a set aside from the other valuations? Is that possible in the way that you get the information so that we can see easier the growth of the district and not,
removing that?
Yeah. Is that possible?
Councilmember Aspenleiter, it is possible. It will take some time. I've got to get a lot of that data from the DOR on the individual taxpayer basis. Centrally assessed isn't as easily accessible as actual real property, but it can be done. Yeah. So I can probably try and put something together for the past few years. I don't want to go all the way back to.
Yeah, I'm not looking to go all the way back. Just, and as we go forward, if we can do that on an annual basis, when we look at the budget annually to see what that number is for that one centrally assessed. Otherwise we can't truly tell what growth is occurring outside the one thing that the TIF has zero impact on.
Right.
So I'm just trying to figure out how we separate that to have a clearer line of vision on what is the increment actually doing aside from the centrally assessed.
Yeah, I think the Department of Revenue does put out the value. I'll go check the value of real property in each district relative, and then would break it out, centrally assessed being a separate category. And everything you've seen is all of it combined. So I think I probably actually could pull that out pretty easily.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could have all the three reps come up here, just because it's going to be a question to all three of you. We've got 4 options in front of us that are really distinct and different on operational. I'm interested in item C at this point. But all of these numbers they don't mean a lot unless you have a specific perspective, because governments are taking over downtown, government buildings. This used to be on the tax rolls and used to provide increment to downtown. We bought this building. The county just bought a private building down the road. There's county islands in the S-Bird, and there's just a lot of things changing that change these numbers. But are we actually gaining, even with all of this other stuff that we're actually causing some of the issues ourselves? And would C be doable with just a flat fee or more assistance from the city? How would that affect each of your operations, I guess is my question.
Okay, Mayor and Council, I just want to clarify something on our budget as a whole. That 2026 budget that has that $140,000 listed, that was done based off of 2 employees that were here last year. So as far as cutting our budget, yes. Again, we're already at a point going into this budget session where it was going to be quite a bit lower, just having one. So option C for us is definitely doable.
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Pittman, I wouldn't recommend a flat fee for all 3 districts. And this isn't coming strictly out of the desire to retain the staff that I have. It's the desire to retain the work plan that we have and the scope of work that we have. The MOUs that exist within our districts, while the language for the intent of that agreement is the same, The scope of work for our district is different from the other two. The urban renewal plan that exists for the downtown district is different from East Billings and different from South Billings. Our strategic goals that have been created over decades with the benefit of our property owners, our business owners, our city council members, our city staff members, these are not processes that happen easily. Urban renewal plans take time to develop. Strategic planning efforts take time to develop. They've spent these past decades further developing the goals that we have for the district. Our goals for downtown Billings are different than East Billings or South Billings. We don't have the open space that South Billings has to develop, to put up a Taco Bell, to put up a Walmart, to put up a Sam's Club or a Cabela's. We are looking at infill development. We are looking to prioritize that infill development in a way that the other districts simply aren't doing. I don't believe that a flat fee would be the right way to go in this. Can we reduce our budget? Always. And I'm always open to make that effort alongside of our boards, alongside of you as city council members. Candidly, we've never gotten to a budget session and had that hey, go sharpen your pencils and come back to us. Council continuously says, we don't have time for this right now. We'll deal with it next year. This is the first time really in the years that I've been in this position that we've actually had the time to dive into this conversation, dive into the details of the budget, and task us with that. Sharpen your pencil and come back with this. We can sharpen our pencil for this. We want to continue to do this work. But our work is going to look very different than East Billings or South Billings, and that is, that's just the facts of it. It looks different.
Yeah, I think I would agree with Katie that the budget cycle is where everybody decides what each district requires to administer it. You have the ability to engage with everybody on an individual basis to decide if line items in the budget warrant inclusion or whether it's something that you don't think is there. And I think everybody can sharpen their pencils, and I would highly encourage a more customized approach to doing it rather than just one size fits all.
Mr. Kennedy.
While the three of you are up here, all of these TIF districts sunset at a time. And once they sunset, how do you carry on without TIF dollars? Can any of you answer that?
I can answer that. One of the projects that has been undertaken by the Downtown Billings Partnership is the purchase of the existing building that we are currently occupying, the old Yesteryear's building on the corner of First Avenue and 29th. This building was purchased with the purpose of redeveloping it for a higher and better use. It's a 1.5 story-ish building. It needs a significant amount of work for it. It really isn't a property that could be redeveloped as it is. It is really a project that would need to go from the ground up with something new. It's been really identified for something higher and better. This is just one way that the partnership itself has really tried to invest as an organization in downtown Billings. This property will be sold at some point in time. The hope is that those funds can be turned back around to continue further development. My hope is that this is just a model that can be extended after our TIF district sunsets. I like to look at Big Sky Economic Development. They created what they have and they call an opportunity fund. It began with $400,000 in it. And now to this day, a decade later, has $3.2 million that they look to prioritize development in our community. I hope that we can see this type of vision happen with the Downtown Billings Partnership. Let's leverage the expertise. Let's leverage the collaboration. Let's find a way to create a sustainable financing source outside of tax increment financing. Urban renewal districts is really what guides that direction. A TIF district is simply a tool. Other communities and other states might have different tools than just a tax increment financing district that can be used to incentivize development. I hope that we can be a model of that going forward, and we do have some ideas how that can happen when our TIF sunsets in 20 years.
Thank you. Any others?
I think a lot of what the whole purpose of the TIF districts as a whole is to accelerate the growth in your tax base so that upon the sunset, you'll get to enjoy that increased revenue. And the urban renewal is kind of different as Katie alluded to, from the TIF mechanism to do it. If you have engaged communities, they're going to find ways to continue to attract investment and get focus on what's needed in individual neighborhoods. Downtown is different than the other districts because it's built out. And to her point, and it's the same in the Ebird too, there's a lot of infill that has to happen there. In the Espera, you can do greenfield building, which is less expensive and then returns quicker dollars because the investments are generally bigger. And then what that does, though, is it gives you the opportunity to do public investment on scales that can't happen in the other districts too, like the Amen Rec Center or the South Park Pool. Those are the kind of things that are going to happen while this district is in place. But it's kind of incumbent on the council and the TIF districts and the urban renewal districts to figure out what to do when things sunset too. So it's a really good question.
Go ahead.
Mine is so different in the manner that it was started by the people who are there, and when the urban renewal district and the TIF sunsets, I would see the vision of that being the owners continue on and do what they've done since the very beginning, which is push for growth for their infrastructure, whatever's left, and continue working that plan if it's not finished. But the whole goal would be by 2039 to have it be the community that the plan shows it as.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question for all three of you. I've been around long enough that we started with a Trade Port Authority and an Economic Development Authority, and now it's Big Sky Economic Development. You know, Katie, you brought it up that of what they've been doing. There are tax dollars. We allocated them on the County Commission years ago. Big Sky Economic Development. Why wouldn't the tax increment financing districts work under the umbrella, in your eyes, of the Big Sky Economic Development?
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Kennedy. I serve on the board of directors of Big Sky Economic Development Authority, and I started out in Billings in my career in economic development at Big Sky Economic Development Authority. They are an absolutely fantastic organization, and I support the work that they do. My concern with taking all three districts under the single umbrella of BSED is that they simply currently don't have the capacity for it. And also, I genuinely believe that there is something to be said for the very focused and intimate knowledge that exists within our three districts, something that has happened over decades that these districts have been in existence. I simply think that having that focused attention is different than having it under one umbrella. These are significantly sized districts. The new expanded South Billings district in particular, you're talking over 3,500 properties that exist within this new expanded district. Is one single entity able to truly have a comprehensive knowledge of all of the property owners and all of the business owners that exist in that district? I simply believe that this just needs somebody who's focused on that district. It's their neighborhood, it's their community that they're helping to build. I have nothing against Big Sky Economic Development. I support them. I consider them a partner in the work that we do on behalf of our community, but this is not the way that I would recommend going to put all three districts managed under one umbrella there.
Thank you.
I think the focus needs to stay on what the whole purpose of the meeting is the administrative costs, and whether or not you would save any money by putting it underneath the Big Sky Economic Development is still a question that's up in the air. And then again, to the focus of each individual district, do you lose that? If you put it all under one umbrella and one person or one department, it changes the nature of how it all works, because it's kind of a grassroots thing the way that it's going right now, where you have individual people on the boards who come from the communities who have a vested interest in seeing those neighborhoods grow and the services in those neighborhoods grow and the tax base grow. And I don't know that making things a little more bureaucratic is going to improve the performance of the districts. And I don't really see anybody here who's faulting the performance either. It seems to be the focus is on how to tighten the ship a bit. And I think all of us have committed to being able to do that, and we'll definitely follow the direction that we get from the council in that way.
Thank you. Any other questions for these folks?
Thank you.
Thanks, you three. All right, council, any further questions for staff or our presenters? All right, we're going to open this up then to public comment. This will not be your second chance or second bite at the apple. If you haven't spoken about this particular subject, you can come up and give us your 3 minutes. So if there's any public comment on this, we'd love to hear it.
Good evening, Mayor.
Mr. Kettleson, sir, you spoke about urban renewal districts at the open. So this would be your second time.
So I can't speak now?
No, just one time. Thank you, sir.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Alan Hodges. I own and operate a business in the eBird. I was a recipient of TIF funds to help do that project. Thank you again. I now serve at Bill Cole appointed me on the TIF advisory committee for the Bird. And then I'm also on the board of the Bird Works, the nonprofit that you have an MOU with. One of the things that I just wanted to point out is there's a difference between TIF and urban renewal. TIF is a tool that urban renewal uses to do the development. One of the things that's working, I think, in each of the districts, because if you look at when the urban renewal districts were formed versus where they are now, the number of projects, the absence of blight, it's functioning, it's working the way it's intended to. But if you have a nonprofit that is doing the urban renewal, not just managing TIF applications, that's the thing that I'm concerned about. If we consolidate or if we move it in-house, then what we end up with is somebody that is processing TIF applications, and in order for somebody to even get the TIF application into the city is a Herculean task. So to have a nonprofit that is actually doing the work of not just TIF applications, but certainly helping shepherd the TIF applications through the process is really helpful. It's the additional stuff. I purposefully built in the Bird when we expanded because I saw the master plan and I thought, I want to be a part of making that happen. So if we do consolidate, if we do bring it in-house, if we do something other than what we're doing now, what happens to the focused energy on creating the master plan results that were designed? It wasn't working previously. That's why the districts were created. And by creating the districts, you enabled a group to be able to come in and say, this is what we want it to look like. And this is what we're going to do to try and make that happen. TIF is a tool to help that, but that's not the only thing that's working. And so having somebody, as has been alluded to numerous occasions, who has intimate knowledge of properties and fits. Most of the commercial property available in Billings isn't ever listed. It's just you have to know that somebody owns it and that they would be willing to sell it. And that's the kind of work that the nonprofits do to create the master plans that we all bought into. So thank you. I really appreciate that we're actually having this conversation. Thank you.
Nice job.
Am I doing it right the second time?
As long as you're not...
Danny Chariki, Ward 3. I just want to say I spent a lot of time when I was living in New York and also in Montana as a middle manager, but also as someone who was starting doing startups. And in those experiences, one of the things that I've discovered is that it takes different types of people in order to run an organization. An accountant is not going to be your evangelist. And honestly, that's exactly what happened to the Suburra, and was slowed down the whole plan to build the sports center that's out there. We went from an evangelist who could go out and get people behind an idea to somebody who was more of a bookkeeper and wanted to go step by step by step. And I firmly believe that it slowed the process down by 2 to 3 years. So in making this choice, making this decision, be very clear about what it is that you're consolidating. You do not want to consolidate the person who's on the ground, who understands the neighborhood, who knows the people. You may very well want to consolidate the administration. And when I say administration, I'm talking about the bureaucracy, the paperwork, the things that is common to all of the different groups in order to do it. I'll just add one little additional anecdote. One of the things I learned in college in Bozeman was that you have to figure out how to survive in a bureaucracy. And the thing that I learned about how to survive in a bureaucracy was go to the administrative assistants. They're the ones who do the paperwork. They're the ones who understand what has to go and where and why and how. They understand how the system works. Consolidate that? Absolutely, 100% to that. Consolidate the organizations, consolidate the marketing, consolidate the evangelists, the people who are on the ground doing the actual pushing to make economic development happen. No, let them be unique to the different neighborhoods that are out there. Thank you.
Mayor, council member, my name is Steve Warlick, 2511 First Avenue North. Here to provide a little bit of historical analysis. I was on the partnership board from about 2006 to 2014, and again from about 2017 to 2020. And it's interesting when you look at it, and Councilmember Kennedy, you'll remember this distinctly, is the federal courthouse. The city at that particular time had tried to put the deal together for the federal courthouse. Joe McClure, name out of the past, tried to put together the deal for Big Sky EDA to keep the federal courthouse in downtown. It wasn't until the partnership stepped in and Greg Kruger, who was the executive director at that particular time, myself, I was the chairperson, and Bill Honecker, representing the partnership board, were the entity that put together the deal. And that encompassed dealing with the feds, the county, the city, the private owners, as well as the partnership. Big projects take time, commitment, and focus. It's not something you just say, oh, we're going to do. You have to have it. In the urban renewal districts, they have the time, the commitment, and the focus. Mr. Mayor, looking at the Northern Hotel, once again, when you look at the Empire Bar, you look at what is now known as Empire Parking Garage, you look at the value that was generated. That was a tough deal to get done because it encompassed a lot of different entities. You have to have the time, effort, commitment, and focus. They talk about in development, many a slip between the cup and the lip. Development just doesn't happen. It takes time. When I look at other deals, I look at Suburra and what has occurred down there. Even though the land was acquired and done, you look at the time and the effort it's taken from the ice arena, the Yellowstone Ice Foundation, to put that deal together, the Tourism Business Improvement District, as well as the courts that are being funded by that. It takes time to put these deals together. One last comment is when the back in the 2006, 2007, when the eBird was being looked at, the partnership actually looked at managing that. And at that particular time, we chose not to. And the reason we chose not to, because it was separate and distinct. It had its own identity, and it wasn't the same as downtown Billings. And so keep that in mind. And I guess my last comment quickly is you have 5 wards, 2 council members. You know, it'd be easy to cut 1. And the reason you have 2 is for representation. So think of the same way. Thank you.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. You know, sometimes we just don't realize where this money comes from. I mean, the legislature, the laws have given you great power to divert the school money, the county money, and for that fact, the city dollars. And so that's why it's so important. A lot of people got up here and I don't even think they know where the money comes from and the cause and effect. I just did some quick math. If the South TIF collected $6 million on average for 43 years, well, that's $167 million of school money that got diverted over 43 years. A ton of money. The downtown, you've been revitalizing for 40 years. Another 20 or 30, how long is this going to take? And apparently your revenue's flat. East End has been going on for 20 years. What has changed in the East End when you come driving in there? Yeah, there's some new buildings. There's new buildings everywhere in town. You talked about the South TIF and how that made money. You're damn right it made money because you entered into a development agreement before you even approved the TIF with Cabela's. You already had it in hand. You already knew it was going to happen. That was 1.7 or I think 2.1 million the first year in your pocket forever because you knew Cabela's was coming to town and you entered into the development agreement. And furthermore, you kept going. Then you annexed the Inland Truck Parts and Intermountain Distributing in Old Dominion. You knew the development was coming. You drew lines around capture revenue. So it's, you annex old ag land, declare it blighted, rezone it commercial, and capture the tax from the known development. And that happened again with the big warehouses. You knew the development was coming. You draw the line around to capture the revenue. You're damn right you make money. You know, the Cabela's, get to the other page here. The Cabela's promise failed. Anchor store, no anchor. Foursquare is bankrupt. Cabela's collapsed. Bass Pro. And in 2016, the TIF had to bail out the SID for Cabela's because it was deterred to development, and it still sits empty today. Across the property, still sits empty today. Really, the TIF is really miserably failed down there from what it should have been. We entered into a development agreement, said that would all be built out in 5 years. Nope, didn't happen. So I think as taxpayers, I urge you to be stewards, good stewards of everybody's tax dollars and to be cautious and careful how you expend it. And if that means consolidation, that means consolidation. Thanks.
Mayor and Council, Mayor and Council, is this on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. Randy Hafer, a Ward 1 resident and a downtown denizen for decades. And I'm going to speak specifically to the downtown district because that's the one I know the most about. It's the one we work in all the time. And I'm going to get to what my real frustration with the whole thing is here in just a second. But the first 10 projects that we did downtown were all buildings that existed that had been vacant for anywhere from 2 to 20 years. And those properties were not contributing to anything. They certainly weren't contributing to the life of the downtown, but they also weren't contributing to the tax base of downtown. We spent anywhere from $500,000 to $10 million on those projects. That's a significant increase, and it's almost all increment. which leads to the point that I'm frustrated about. As has been pointed out, the reason that the downtown tax revenue, increment revenue, seems to be flat is because we have this stupid centrally assessed huge property owner downtown that has nothing to do with what's going on downtown. And it's very frustrating for me as somebody who develops properties, and we've added a bunch of increment, and then we find out that the value has gone down. That's not because we didn't do anything. It's because that centrally assessed should just not be included in the district. And I don't know if that's statutory or what, but if we can get rid of them, you would see that there's a significant increase in the tax revenue in the downtown district. We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in the downtown district, and it doesn't show up because of those ridiculous fluctuations, which again have nothing to do with downtown. So if there's any way to get rid of that, that would answer that question, and we'd have a tremendous increment that we'd be working with downtown. In the meantime, those projects that we did, the projects that we're continuing to do, would not be able to happen if we did not have the support of TIF. That's been the case from the beginning. When we first started, we did a huge number of feasibility studies because people didn't think you could even renovate old buildings. So the idea was, so we're going to come through and bulldoze the whole thing. No, that doesn't work either. So the TIF has been instrumental in getting feasibility studies done and getting projects built, and it's been very successful. I don't really think we should change it except for getting rid of centrally assessed properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment regarding this issue?
Mayor and Council, Jana Hafer, 702 North 23rd Street, and a downtown property owner. I grew up in Billings. Downtown was where it was at. Came downtown, earned the point. I worked at the Babcock Theater, that little ticket booth out front. That's where it was happening. I went away to college, got married, moved away. I came back late 1900, or what was it? 1990, late 1990s. And I came downtown, and it was not what I remembered. Buildings were empty. They were boarded up. Nothing was happening. People said, it's scary downtown. And that's when it became apparent that something needed to be done. Something was done. And look at it now. There's been investment of time, investment of money, and downtown is where I can bring my 95-year-old mother for her birthday party. It's where I can bring my grandkids on a Saturday night after dinner and have an ice cream cone at the Big Dipper. That wouldn't have happened all by itself. It took time and money and commitment. And what is the value of that, of what our downtown is now? How do you put a price tag on that? Whatever it is, I think it was money well spent. So please keep the districts separate and funded adequately. Thank you.
Who's next?
Hi, sorry, are we close enough? You got it? All right. My name is Megan Zimmerman, and I am a Ward 1 resident, and I have worked downtown for probably the better half of the last decade, and I'm only 24. So I would say that out of my bracket, I may be some of the youngest people here, and just wanted to kind of give my piece, especially as someone who did work at the Downtown Billings Association for a year and really got to know the organization and how it worked. I would suggest that consolidating or outsourcing would be a huge just mistake. I think if we do that, we're eliminating not only the sense of community that we have within the district, within the professionals within who work, live, and really breathe for their communities within their districts, as well as a resource. If we only allow, city officials or the Big Sky Economic Development to be able to make these decisions, we really do a disservice to our community. I would suggest as well that you'd probably be saving money paying a nonprofit than other entities if you were to outsource, because multiple people within these organizations work for our urban renewal and economic development. It's not just one person sitting around waiting for TIF applications. It's completely different. We have people who are currently on the ground meeting with business owners, with property owners, with entrepreneurs, with, people who are hopeful to continue our economic growth. Everywhere, the market sucks. As a person who's worked in sales, I know that. Nobody's spending money. So yeah, of course, we're gonna want to take a look at the budget, to take a look at deficits, save money somehow. This isn't the way to do it. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Brandon Berger, Big Sky Economic Development. I just wanted to get up and make a couple comments after hearing everything that's been discussed today. And a lot of questions have come up, and a lot of answers I think still need to be addressed. And so, I feel that the overall administration of the 3 urban renewal districts should be thoroughly reviewed prior to any proposed structural change. We're going through that process right now, but it would be most prudent to take the time to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the structure as it is now and how it could look moving forward. With the June deadline that's coming up, to renew the current agreements, there's not enough time to fully vet any new proposal, in my opinion, to have the most successful and efficient management structure in place. Maybe it's a possibility that going forward, we take a step back, continue as is, but possibly have a third-party review come in, an independent third party, and review the proposals and see what might work best for our management of these districts. And potentially Big Sky would be willing to consider providing some sort of resources to help assist with that. So thank you for your time and appreciate all you're doing today.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Any other? Oh, hello. Come on up.
Evening. Good evening, council members and mayor. I don't know if you guys received the email. My name is Lucy Aspinwall, owner in downtown Billings, 103 North Broadway, also born and raised here in Billings. I too also remember what downtown used to look like. I have 4 daughters of my own and a slightly different experience as to what it looks like today as being a business owner and a mom. Downtown Billings has always been, so part of what I'm going to read is an email that you should have received from my husband. If you didn't, I'll read some of that and add my input. Downtown Billings has always been subsidized with the hope of what it could be, but faced with the reality of what it is. I have been a downtown business owner for over 10 years in our location since St. Patrick's Day of 2017. About once per year, this is coming from my husband, Derek, I send an email to council to remind them, A, our current economic state of downtown, and B, my stubbornness to leave like many others. I feel as though I understand completely where we are in downtown. No political spin. Contrary to the insight of some in the leadership positions, downtown Billings is not thriving, not in our opinion. Since COVID, downtown Billings has struggled to regain any momentum in the community. Not from out-of-towners, our local community. Brick and mortar businesses need one thing to keep their businesses viable, and that's customers. Downtown Billings retail businesses relies almost totally on tourism in the summer months to attract lion's share of their customers. The community of Billings and their frequency in downtown has been in the decline for some time. I know it's taboo to talk about businesses openly. Everyone just says business is great. If it was really great and thriving, you wouldn't have so many businesses closing or quote unquote retiring and vacancies, especially on the block that we're on. Mehmet does do a fantastic job of bringing businesses in, but the only reason they're not staying is because we don't have the downtown traffic. The hot zone, if there is one in the North Broadway block between 1st and 2nd, right next to our store, has been vacant for over 2 years. Jeff Yurko doesn't care that it's vacant. There's no reason for him to fill it. The building owner and I have chatted about our rent and the building's value. The harsh reality for him is the building is worth about the same or slightly less than it was 10 years ago. I don't know what to decide on Monday's meeting. I don't believe our downtown is in a good place. We need vision, we need leadership, accountability, and a place for our community to gather. Our big push, TIFs need to exist. Yes, we need to make sure that we're keeping each other accountable, but is there a way for us to give our communities and families like me a reason to come downtown and stay downtown? Not the visitors, but the community. I'm asking and pleading for that in downtown Billings. Thank you.
Before you get started, there are others that want to speak to this issue. I'd ask that you just kind of stage yourself up here on the front row so that we can move along a little quicker. But come on up.
You got
Take your
excited
3
that
minutes.
there was no one coming in afterwards.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah,
You ruined that
no,
for
I'd
you.
never admit to that.
Blake Warlick, you talked to the older Warlick. Now you get the younger Warlick, 2511 First Avenue North. I manage Stella's Kitchen and Bakery and the Best Western Plus Clock Tower Inn. And while I could say that there is a lot of things that could go on and improve, I would say that from my hotel business and my restaurant, business is good. We represent one of the largest attractions and businesses that bring people downtown, somewhere in the neighborhood of like $50,000 or $60,000 a quarter, only beat by the DoubleTree and the Northern. But that's because they're bigger than me. I'm flatter and wider. They're taller and leaner and fancier looking. I'm also part of the bid. I'm on the bid chair. And I would say that we are actively and always looking for things to do. And thanks to Placer AI, which basically when you said you have read and accept your terms of conditions on those apps, we appreciate that. Placer AI can bring in that business and tell us really numerically how well we're doing. And our events are seeing year-over-year growth as a whole. We do hope to see more events. And when it comes to the urban renewal districts, they partner very well with the bid. They help out with the bid. They help out with those things. And those are the intangible things that's hard to put a number on. So it's not just a pencil, I'm going to cut $60,000. And I know we're talking about how we can lean things out and maybe sharpen the pencils. What's that dollar amount? Like, we talked about how much it costs, but how much are you guys hoping to save? Are you guys, is it 60,000? Is it 200,000? Like, what's your number that you guys are truly looking for? If it's, $300,000 and you just want to have a $300,000 thing, can I throw my hat in the ring? And I promise I'll do a poor job, just because of bandwidth. As a business owner, I look at what I have to do to buy back my time and have my bandwidth. To have my general manager of the hotel also try to do sales wouldn't be effective. I have to have a very good general manager, and I have to have a good sales director of sales. I have to have a good kitchen manager. I have to have all of these other things, and I can't just have one expert do one thing. That would be like having my baker be my lead cook. You guys wouldn't like it very much. So there's smart ways to do business, and I think there's ways to do it. But at this point in time, I would say from my point of view, from a restaurateur, we're doing well. Just a caution to pay attention. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Orlick. Seeing nobody at the front row, I'm going to close the public hearing session. And we'll move on to decision-making time, folks. We have a little bit of an issue here. The council initiative proposal listed one option, engage one consultant to administer all 3 TIFs or URDs. But staff gave us 4 issues.
So, sorry, if you go back to the meeting where we voted to bring this here,
yes, sir.
The only reason why we voted on it was because it got changed to just say we were going to discuss options.
Okay, so that's my point. We now have 4 options. Leave management where as it is and extend the current agreements for a time to be determined. Issue B, issue an RFP for consolidated services. Issue C, reduce the annual operating budgets for the 3 district entities. And issue D, bring all district management into city operations and add city FTEs to support operations. I recommend that we start by talking about the items one at a time and then just gauge support for that going forward. Let's discuss item A, leave management as it is and extend the current agreements for a time to be determined. Mr. Nichols.
I think this is a case where we got 3 organizations that are doing their job. They're increasing the tax increment. They're working with people with dodgy properties and putting deals together and they're bringing businesses into each one of these areas. And maybe they're not doing the best job, but they're doing it good enough. And obviously, the businesses, the people who came up here and spoke today, and the emails we got are showing that they're pretty happy with the way things are going. It's pretty clear that to do this job, you need to know the areas, you need to be committed, you need to be nimble, you need to be responsive, but most of all, you need to be trustworthy. And that's what each one of these organizations has, is trust. And I think if we're going to try to bring in the lowest bidder from Toledo, things just won't go as well. So that's why I think we should leave it the way it is. It ain't broke. We don't need to fix it.
Okay. I think Ms. Shaw and then Mr. O'Donnell.
Mayor, I know you want to talk about them one by one, but I'd actually like to talk about a hybrid of A and C, because in my mind, the gap that we have is, it seems to me like we need a new city FTE to handle some of the core administration that is going through all of the districts, not all the stuff they're doing with their renewal plans that's aside from that, but just the actual administration that's on Wyatt's plate. And so I guess my question, and I'm not gonna make a motion on this because I don't feel like I have enough information, but I would like to know what that would look like, of what that salary would come in as, how much could be taken off of Wyatt's plate to reduce those costs, and then what, if anything, we might need to reduce from the annual operating budgets for the 3 districts to cover that piece. Because to me, that seems like the missing piece from the city's perspective of, I like the administration, and I would move forward with A, except that I think we do need that additional city FTE from what I've heard from staff. And so I just don't feel like we have enough information on the numbers yet to have a good sense of what that would look like. I can't say, oh, it should be cutting this amount from this district, X amount from that one. But that would be my comment as we move forward, that I would support, is some kind of proposal in that area.
Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you. It seems to me the testimony is clear that entities are happy with the way things are functioning. However, it is the responsibility of this council to look at disposition of tax monies in a totally different way than any other thing, like subscriptions from members of the DBA or anybody else, or private money. So that it is our responsibility to make sure that money is not wasted. If I understand Councilmember Shaw, I like a hybrid type of thing. I would like to see if there are certain things that, accounting-wise, for instance, the $6,000 for a meeting room, things like this, that the city can assist some of the TIFs, that they would say, you know, this is a burden for us. It would be nice if we were able to hire an accounting firm to take care of this for us. Well, we have the accounting firm here. So it seems to me that there are certain areas where efficiencies can be achieved, and certain areas where they're not achieved. So I like any time that we can consolidate without affecting the local flavor, the character of the participants in each one of the TIFs. I think that's been very, very clear that that's been effective and that's been essential. But it doesn't seem that it has to be an all or nothing at all type of approach, that we can participate in certain ways, and I'd like to see that pursued.
Who's next? Mr. Neese?
Are we still going one by one?
Nope, didn't work, so go ahead.
I'm going to say, because that my A is, I mean, we kind of looked at this last year. Those who were on the council last year, we came across, and that was one of the things we said, well, let's leave it for now. We'll, kick it down the road and we'll do some things later. Well, this is it. This is later. And so I would say, no, I don't agree with continuing it as it is. I think there needs to be a change.
And what change would you like to see, Mr. Neese?
Well, I think as Wise said, there's some good evidence that city-run TIFs do a good job. I'm not so sure I want to go down that road, but I think consolidating into the city is a good option that it would be in consideration. I think the simplest way, because as some people say, well, time is short, we should have attacked this probably right after the contracts were approved and start handling it then. And maybe at that point in time, we could have, if we were to hit it right away, we could have seen that, yeah, maybe we need a consultant here to come in and do some things. But I think in the meantime, we could probably do what we can do is ensure that the most money that's coming in from TIFs are actually getting out for TIF awards. And I think I like Councilmember Boyette's suggestion about limiting the amounts. So the option C would be reduce the amounts. I like that idea, probably the easiest to implement than any of them.
Reduce operating budgets. Okay. Councilman Aguirre. Hello. Thank you, Scott.
Hi there, thank you. I just want to remind everyone that the overwhelming testimony to this issue is to leave things as they're at. We have to be listening to our constituents. Also, like it's been echoed throughout the evening, we shouldn't be asking the baker to do the cooking. We shouldn't be asking the accountant to be the evangelizer. The folks in their respective ERDs are doing an excellent job championing their specific projects, their specific areas of town. And when you're talking about buying buildings and renovating buildings, that is not an overnight thing. So you're not going to see giant changes, in a week or a month or a year even. So patience is our best friend in these things. And that was mentioned earlier tonight too. We have the patience, we have the capacity to continue things the way they are. And as CM Nicholson said, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. I think everyone's working well in their respective ERDs. I think we should let them continue to do that.
Thank you. You're next.
Thanks. I wasn't last year. Well, first, let me start by thanking Mr. Warlick for recommending that I bring back my initiative to reduce the number of council. I tried that, by the way. I tried to get rid of 4 of us and was unsuccessful, but I'll try again. Second, I guess to this point, it is very hard with a straight face to look at our legislature and try to explain why 3 TIF districts have such drastically different budgets. And I get we're all special snowflakes. I try to convince myself that all the time. But we're not that special. And it is very hard to justify why, if you add in the staff time, we're paying $1 million to manage these TIF districts. $1 million. There is not a business in the world that would do that can justify that kind of overhead on these on the management of their business. There isn't. We have to be willing to have these hard conversations. and look at how we can be leaner and more effective. The reality is the legislature every session tries to take TIF districts out completely. And I've spent the last 2 fighting to keep them. We worked with the chamber through the entire interim last session. Mr. Brooks was on those calls, as was I. I contributed to the Montana Chamber from my business to fight for TIF districts because I believe in them. They're successful. They are the reason that we have had so much investment in the South Side. But they're always looking for the way. And the management of these TIF districts is the next target. The cost associated with giving out money to incentivize investment is the next target. You know, we gave on blight last session. It's not going to stop. So we have to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And right now, I can't with a straight face stand at a podium in Helena and explain to them why it's necessary for us to spend $1 million out of the increment to manage the increment that's being generated. I can't do it. As much as I want to fight for the TIF districts, I can't do that. So how do we get better? The frustrating part in these conversations, and it happened last year, is the absolute fight to have those conversations and to be willing to acknowledge that we got to get better. You know, it's always a fight trying to justify why what we're doing is exactly what we need to do and we can't do anything differently because holy cow, the whole house of cards is going to fall down. I'm not interested in having that conversation anymore. And so for me, the only way to force it is just to arbitrarily start removing dollars from management. And that means removing dollars on the city side too, by the way. Like we can't just insert ourselves in these conversations. If applications are crappy, guess what? We can't just take it on ourselves to fix them. We got to send them back to the TIF districts and tell them to try again. And that should happen and should have happened for the 2 years that I've been on this council, multiple times with all 3 districts, by the way. This isn't a eBird or a Southside issue or a downtown issue. That's across the board. The consistency of the applications that we get is not good. Even amongst the applications that come within your own districts. But when you sit here and you look at the presentations from the 3 districts collectively, it's a yo-yo of what we get in quality and what we get in information. And that has to stop. I mean, if we're going to protect these TIF districts for the longevity of them from the legislature that wants to take them away and that thinks the TIF districts are the solution, elimination of the TIF districts are the solution to our local government budget problems, we have to be willing to deal with this stuff at the local level. Otherwise, they will go away, and it won't be our decision. It'll be the state legislature's decision. So, to me, I'm going to support C, because I think that's the only path forward. I mean, we've had years of TIF districts having the opportunity to come with a leaner budget, having the opportunity to sharpen your own pencil, to do your own homework. We have been asking these questions and pushing and prodding at you for the 2 years I've been on council. And you know what? Nothing has changed. So the only option we have is to change it for you because you didn't do it yourself. So I'm going to support C. I'm going to support something that looks like a standard flat fee to all 3 districts where all 3 are going to take a haircut somewhere in the neighborhood of $120,000 or $125,000 straight management fee across the board for all 3. And then you'll have to figure it out. I think that's the only way that we can proceed forward. And we'll have to add an FTE internally. But our city staff, the cost associated with that, we better not see an increase in the $300,000. We better actually see a decrease in the $300,000 that's being allocated on the city side of things. That's our own accountability. that we have to be willing to have. So that's where I'm at. Frankly, I'm tired of having this conversation, and I'm a supporter of consolidation, but I don't see a third party out there that's ready to take it right now. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. Kennedy, then Mr. Pittman.
I think if you stay with A, you're kicking it down the road just like we did last year. And I think we finally had a little discussion that just leaving it as it is not what the council really wants. So I think A is out for me. We have supported, and as I said before, the trade port went to Big Sky Economic Development, all of that. That's our economic agency that we have. That's tax supported. That's and they do a great job. And I heard from all of you that they do a great job. But no one wants to give up their piece and go over there. If I had my way, I'd ask for Big Sky Economic Development to take it, to run it, and to put the game plan together. And maybe that's the game plan in a year from now. I think it's real important that we do that and we have the accountability. I think, Katie, you've said that over and over again, we've never asked you to sharpen up the pencils. So I guess this year, we're going to ask that. And I guess at this time, I would go with option C.
Mr. Pittman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go with C. C as well. I think this has opened up a great conversation in our community. It's hitting the newspaper. It's hitting all the media. You guys are writing about it. People are interested. We're bringing people into the chamber to discuss the pros and the cons. And I think that is exactly what we need to have in our community right now, is that conversation, because it's educating everybody. It's educating the council, the new council, the old council. We're all getting information. It's moving us forward. It's not just status quo, but it gives us a direction to go. Yeah, go sharpen your pencils. We've got to sharpen our pencils. We get it. We need to get information from you guys, and we need our own staff to tell us what's it going to cost to have a full-time employee, and what is that going to take maybe off of your load that can balance some of that. So I think that's important as well. You know, because at the same time, I have to put on my Heights hat, and we're having the discussion that we want a herd, right? I mean, we've got birds and herds, and everybody's got an acronym, but having a Heights opportunity as well. Well, does that mean we just become part of the eBird? Well, then we said, nah, that doesn't seem to want to work because that doesn't match up. So that's in the back of my mind as well, is at some point, either the whole city's a TIF district, or we have 4 different districts, or somehow we have to figure out how we're going forward and what we want all of this to look like. But having that perspective as well, that looking at the Heights, we don't need 5 directors and 5 accountants and 5 HR people and 5 of everything, or 4. But we do need some information and some numbers from you guys on where and what it costs. If we're asking you to cut your budgets, what are we losing in the process? And just be honest with us as to what that looks like. So I would go with C.
All right, last to speak will be Mr. Lindley, Mr. Nelson, and then Mr. Boyette. Since it's yours, you can round them up, and then I'll tell you how the vote went.
Okay, thank you. First of all, to Councilmember Aspenleiter's wanted to reduce council, so I don't know how we would determine who gets to stay. Is it arm wrestling? Okay. No, all joking aside. I came into the conversation. Item B, I didn't personally think made a lot of sense, because I do think that things are I think that everybody that spoke tonight about the uniqueness of each TIF and urban renewal district, that makes sense to me. The idea of a Heights urban renewal district definitely makes sense to me. That's where I grew up. A lot of Main Street in the Heights looks the same as it did when I grew up there, and that was a few years ago. Except the Kit Kat Cafe. We could bring that back. That'd be pretty nice. And look, honestly, I can't quite get myself to A either, to just leave everything like it is. I don't necessarily have a number in mind as far as any kind of reduction for the annual operating budgets. And I could be wrong. I know there was conversation about Bozeman being managed internally, but doesn't downtown Bozeman, isn't that managed by a very similar group as to downtown Billings?
Yeah, Councilmember Lindley, Mayor and Council, you are correct in the downtown. The other two, there are three TIF. From my familiarity when leaving, there were three TIFs, downtown, and most downtowns, both in Montana and out of Montana that I've worked with, are very similar to our makeup. The difference in their case was they did not have a Big Sky Economic Development. We did create an economic development department in the city, and that staff does manage the North 7th TIF. And I believe there's a TIF out by a business park, tech park TIF out by Montana State University. So that's the internal piece that they manage with their staff of 2.5.
Got it. And the downtown TIF in Bozeman, if I'm understanding it right, is running at about 251,000, up from maybe 236, I think, the year before. I do think that there's an argument that the downtown area has some unique items that could warrant additional administrative costs. But I think maybe this is what Councilmember Pittman is talking about. I think hearing from the TIF directors on, what could this look like if there was some changes made to it, I think that would be good for us to take a look at. So item C, and that's my thoughts.
Looks like the C's are going to carry it, but I want to have my say. Just in case somebody out there doesn't know, back in 2013, I was a TIF recipient. At least the Northern Hotel was. It received $2 million out of the $30 million that it took to build that property. It was for blighted because the building was chained and dark. And if you look at Council Member Lindley's graph, little chart of TIF of base and also the TIF values in the property, you can see around 2008, downtown had a base of about 4 figures. I don't remember the numbers exactly. And then you can see around 2013, the numbers jump. And that's a result of the economic impact or the increment to the downtown district. But what that doesn't show is that we were promised to our TIF money as a percentage of increment over 6 years, because it was a sizable sum of $2.183 million. It was huge. We opted to leave the money with the TIF district, interest-free, for a period of up to 6 years, so that the district could then bond the Empire Garage. So we leveraged that money. That was about a godzillion number of dollars to build that garage, almost as much as the garage. We now have, for the last 13 years, 150 families working, new jobs downtown, paying taxes. The Northern itself, I'm happy to say, that has spent $102 million in our state since we've been open. We've only had about $101 million in revenue, so we're going to make it up. We're losing money on every transaction, but we'll make it up in volume. There's a lot of other things, this is my point, that come into economic development besides what's the tax increment. Oh, and by the way, just in round numbers, when we bought the hotel, the property tax on the Northern Hotel was about $56,000 a year. With our rooms tax that we paid this year, it is $405,000. And that is the addition to the increment. That's the jelly in the sandwich, folks. And I'm also intimately familiar with marketing budgets, and I would say this is a lot like a marketing budget. And I happen to know one business whose marketing budget is about the same as the downtown TIF. 300,000 seems like a ton of dough, especially when it's taxes. But in the work that this thing is doing, the TIF district, it's probably worth every cent. Okay, now having said that, as a president of a business, and by the way, we're not a small business anymore. We've grown into a medium business. That means only 2% of the businesses in the United States are larger than the Northern Hotel. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry I got excited. There's a lot that goes into this. But the one thing that I've learned is that there should be nothing that can't be examined. So the URDs that are out there, you should get used to sitting in front of people like us, justifying your existence. It's a very uncomfortable thing. I really understand that because I have to do that to every one of my clients every day. But when we're messing around with the money that these downtown businesses are struggling to pay with their big, beautiful new property tax bills, we better be knowing where every nickel is. When I came in here, I was an A. I really am. And I would like to be an A, but I just can't say that let's just go ahead and close our eyes and renew the so I'm an A/C, and there. I've given my first long speech as a city councilman. Mr. Boyette, you're next.
Thank you. Apparently what we've done for the last 6 years or 7 years I've been here is we just rubber stamp these, and that's what I want to get away from is we shouldn't have just kicked the thing down the road last year. We should have said, no, let's talk about it. There was a lot of people here talking today and some saying they were in support, and obviously they were because they received money from the TIF. I would have done the same thing, but this is taxpayer money, of course. So even though I brought up the RFP idea, which I still think could work, I like C because we would reduce the annual budgets, which we haven't come up with a figure yet. My main thing is to update the agreements. We have 6 organizations. We have 3 TIFs and we have 3 statutory TIFs. I'd like them to start meeting in City Hall rather than paying rent someplace. We could also look at the idea of combining the 3 statutories into one. And then the idea about having a support person, I think, is awesome if those numbers match. Why should Wyatt Friday and Andy Zeller and Gina, some of our highest paid people, they shouldn't be dealing with, this should be a front end person saying, no, it didn't match, send it back. So I think I like the idea of an FTE for that. And hopefully that wouldn't cost a lot. But so I'm going to go with number C.
All right. So that's everybody's had their input. We have 3 ACs. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Cs. So that would be the direction to staff. So I recommend, no, we don't. But so I recommend that when we renew the agreements with the URDs, these people, the 3 groups should come to us with a preliminary budget and suggested reductions or efficiencies. And I don't think anybody here is asking you to scalp yourselves, but we want efficiencies, at least do we have time to say 40 days prior to renewal so that we can take a look and start deciding where we're going to go from there? Yes, Mr. Aspenleiter.
I did suggest a chainsaw, but I'll leave that one alone for now. I think as we go into budget and as this comes before our budget and finance committee, Wyeth, that means you have to build in a budget, a budgetary number and full cost around an FTE under what I would assume would be the planning department. I'm not looking for small cuts. I mean, give us some ranges of numbers. Like, here's our full budget. Here's our minimal budget with all the things you're going to lose. And here's somewhere in the middle would be my suggestion. But those are going to come in front of the budget and finance committee. So Andy, I just added some things to our list for budget and finance. And Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that all three of these TIF districts present their budgets to budget and finance to go through them preliminarily before they come back to the council and then go into the actual formal budget this year.
Mr. Kennedy?
And I would add on what Councilman Boyette said, that we should have the meetings here in City Hall. That should be incorporated in so everyone knows where the meetings are. They'll be listed on the city website. We have meeting rooms here, free of charge. They'll be noticed, and making sure that all of this gets noticed up, and that should relieve some of the notifications and everything of these TIF districts. And I would really hope that when we get your numbers, we don't get numbers that are correct. I would hope that we have the up-to-date numbers for next year, especially if you're going to sharpen your pencils. We'd like to see them. So I would ask staff to incorporate those in the proposal going forward.
All right. We're going to take a 8-minute break. Be back here at 9:20 if you're interested in what we're doing next. I just heard Council Member Nicholson say with glee, hey, we have 4 more hours. Haha. Okay, so the next item up is city annexation policy and map recommendations.
All right. Good evening, again, Mayor and Council. So yes, walking you through this process. I know for 6 of you, this is the first time you're going to be reviewing this, and that's partly why with the memo and all, there's a lot of background information and such to share, so you kind of get a sense of how this whole process works. So I'll be hitting on a little bit of that, but then we'll get into the actual recommendations here in pretty short order. So the city has an annexation policy and map that you've had in place actually for about 24 years now. That has been, it was put into place initially because of some of the big infrastructure extensions and improvements that the city looked at and did back when Reberg Ranch was serviced, when the Yellowstone Country Club and Ironwood area was serviced, and also Briarwood. And so the city put a policy in place at that time to try to have a better way of making decisions and reviewing how it was going to provide services in the long run. So we look at this normally on an annual basis when you do your capital improvement plan review and update. That's in the policy, and that's part of the trigger for looking at what's going on around the city and for future extensions and services, specifically in that area, obviously utilities. But the committee then reviews the map and policy in that basis. So in this year, we had 2 amendment types that I'll walk through. Property owner initiated map amendment requests. We had 1 of those this year. Some years we've had many, some years we've had none. Had 1 of those this year, and then some city initiated map amendments that staff is proposing for you to consider. All the amendments are brought to you for action by resolution in a public hearing. So after this evening, we get direction. That's how it would come back to you. We're not proposing any amendments to the policy at this time for this cycle. I will clarify too that these amendments to the map, you're not annexing anything at this point. You're just amending the map that then provides the direction for future annexation or further study on different areas. So this is literally the earlier step before you get to that part of the process. Let's see.
Wyeth?
Yeah.
Mr. Boyette has a question for you.
Was this used to be considered the donut? Is that what we're talking about in the old days?
Councilmember Boyette, Mayor and Council, no, the donut actually has to do with the zoning jurisdiction boundary, and actually at one point had to do with where building permitting was done outside the city in the county, so a little bit different. Trying to figure out why. Let's try this. There we go. Okay, so really briefly, the committee that reviews this from departments throughout the city include the airport, fire, parks, planning, police, public works, and transit. And there's representatives from all those folks on that committee. This is the current limits of annexation map as it was last updated and approved in 2023. We did at that time make changes to the map colors and the zones. The green is the area where someone could petition potentially to annex it at any time and go through that evaluation process. The yellow is our longer range area where there would have to be additional analysis both by the city and property owners in that area to consider expansion, and it would be a first step to bring something in the yellow into green and then into annexation. And then the red area, which we updated in this last change, is county properties that are fully developed. And so we wanted to be clear about those areas that are not likely to annex or anything to change unless maybe there was a water, septic or well system problem in those areas, but there's already development on those properties. So the property map amendment items that I'm going to talk about tonight, we have 4 to take a look at, and we have two for the green, and I'll start with those: Jellison Road, City Landfill area, and southeast corner of Hesper Road and 48th Street West, and that's the property owner applicant request. And then we have an area to consider for the yellow long range area up at Billings Bypass and 5 Mile Road, and then an area actually to amend and reduce the yellow long range area west of Zimmerman Trail and Highway 3 in that area, and then just update the map to have the county Zimmerman Park be red, since it's a county park for and expect that to stay that way for a long time. So I'll just give you a little rundown. Your memo has a lot of detail. I'm not going to go into all of that right now, but I'll just kind of give you a quick summary on each of these properties and kind of where, what's going on. So starting with the Jellison Road and that property around the Jellison Road on the both north and south side in the landfill. So this property we were bringing to you, this came out of conversation that the council had a couple work sessions back regarding requests for services in this area and the discussion about how those services might be provided. And what came out of that was that the council really wanted to see any property go through and request annexation if that's what they wanted to do. And so part of that would be looking at getting this into the green area for that annexation consideration by the city for many of the properties in that area. And obviously the city owns the landfill, so we are proposing to include that as well as property along Jellison in that area. It's about 900 and almost 960 acres total. Landfill is a huge part of that. There's several properties, like I said, you heard from back in March regarding expansion of water service in that case, and then we have sewer is out in that area already, but this would get those services out, and then they could potentially, they would petition to annex, and then you would consider that. So that area would be all for the green. That's what it would change to. You do see a little bit of red there next to South Billings Boulevard, and that's a county development that's fully built out. So you're really just looking at those properties where you could see redevelopment or annexation in that area. The second one going to the left is Hesper Road and 48th Street West. This is the property we received a request, and an urban planning study was completed by the owners and their agents to bring this area from the yellow long range area into the green for a future planned development in that area. It's 85 acres total. 52 acres of that is what the applicants are looking to annex in the future and develop with a mixed use, basically planned neighborhood development in that area with a variety of different uses. And they provided detailed analysis, which was attached to your memo, also on all the different service impacts and plans for how that would be developed. This is right next to where our water plant is being constructed right now in that area on the south side of Hesper Road, where you have that reservoir, the reservoir project north and south there, and the water plant. And that's also the future proposed location. Hasn't been obviously determined much further than that, but where a future fire station in that area would be located, again on the city property just to the east of this. So that's that request. And we basically have, if you look at that it's that acreage on the southeast, and then there's a very small property at the north east corner as well that's not in the city, or excuse me, not in the green area. And so we're recommending to clean that up and include that as well. That's currently got some mini storage and like rental stuff going on there, but it certainly has potential for annexation and redevelopment as well, adjacent to the reservoir property. Going over to the heights up to the upper right of the map, we are proposing to bring about 240 acres into the yellow long range area up there near the where the Billings bypass comes in from the Yellowstone River crossing and 5 Mile Road. There's an area there that has been identified both when we did a Billings bypass corridor study, which you all reviewed and approved a few years ago, and then the Heights neighborhood plan, which is we're going to hear about more on Thursday night. Also looking at this area, the expectation of potentially future development at that intersection kind of node, as well as going back toward the other part of the Billings Heights along Mary Street and the bypass alignment is why we would want to include this for consideration. You will, if you see on a aerial map, Dover Park is actually a huge property owner and entity right there at the kind of the southeast and south of that. So the area we're looking at is up above that, where you could actually see some commercial or mixed use type development in the future, which is what the annexation committee was recommending to bring that in. And then the last piece for the map amendments is this area west of Zimmerman Trail and Highway 3 at that intersection. And this is actually to propose to reduce the long-range area back, mainly because the city at this point, all of our infrastructure focus in this area is to try to provide better services and services going east, basically from around the Zimmerman Trail Highway 3 intersection, where obviously with the inner belt loop now right there, and we can see where the green, where the potential annexation area is there now, and what the city's looking at for added capacity and improvements for infrastructure. We're really trying to both address some of what's lacking already up there and add more for that area for future service expansion, and not going further up Highway 3 out away from that area into this location. And we've had some property owners in this area who continue to request and ask about this, and we kind of wanted to be more clear about, hey, we're really focusing our infrastructure and future services east, not really looking now at going further west. And there's some pretty high dollar estimates about what going west would look like. So it's not in our CIP, it's not in our long range utility planning right now to get out in that area. And so that's a reason for addressing that for now. So those are the 4 areas that are being brought to you for consideration.
Can I get a clarification?
Mr. O'Donnell?
These arrows are pointed to certain very specific shaded areas, but the one west of Zimmerman, there's that shaded area that's at the top of Zimmerman right there, where it meets the shaded area.
Yes, correct. So what I did, so the area that you see with the dashed yellow line that it's pointing at, that's currently all in the yellow long range area. And so the proposal from the annexation committee is to take that away and not have that in the long range area. And then the little hashed area in red is that's Zimmerman Park. That's just to designate that as the zone 3, because it's a county park and we don't anticipate anything to happen. We wouldn't be considering annexation of that park. So that's what Councilmember O'Donnell, why you see those 2 different things going. I just didn't aim the arrow at Zimmerman Park, but it is part of that.
Okay, we're going to move forward, but let's wait to be recognized, okay? Mr. Pittman was first in line, so he can be second now.
Okay. Can you move back to that last map? Mm-hmm. So the first question I have 2 questions. The first one is with the Billings bypass along Dover Road there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's great, but why wouldn't we just do that sliced yellow all the way to 312 just as a potential? I mean, it's I'm not sure why that wouldn't. It looks like it would make sense to promote that development, and I think I've seen the plans for that whole corridor as kind of potentially that being an option. So anyway, that's the first question. And then I think it was Mr. Luthold who came and talked to us at public comment about the West Zimmerman Trail, that there was some potential development or planning in that area. Have you talked to him about that, or?
Councilmember Pittman and Mayor and Council, I have not directly, but engineering in our planning division has. And that was actually, we've had several conversations with several property owners in that area in the last year plus. And I guess that's part of the reason we're trying to sort this out, because we keep having that and we aren't looking at any expansion or services out there in any short or limited, medium horizon right now. And so we're trying to be clear, because we don't want to also keep sending the message that, hey, yeah, this is out there. And then we come in and then we say, well, we don't have any plans for this in the foreseeable future, and then we kind of start over again. So that was the reason to try to clarify this, is that we don't have anything on the plans to do any infrastructure and expansion and start looking at annexing all, up Highway 3 there. So yeah, that's why.
Mr. Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I actually like that idea of not removing that, because now with the inner belt loop built there, there's lots of availability for building all through the Skyway Drive. That we changed here recently from, I think it was yellow to now green. So I think that's probably wise, because that's a cost to develop and bring services out there is going to be quite a bit more. It's going to be bad enough in the Skyway Drive, but I did have a question regarding the Jellison Road City landfill. I understand we, as a council member, directed for the Jellison Road to come back to us, but why the landfill? Because there's no development there. There's no really need to be in the city. Why? Do we know why the landfill was, and who requested the landfill to be in?
Councilmember Anise and Mayor and Council, we actually, as a committee, I guess, thought that it would make sense, since it's city-owned property, it's a city facility, that we would recommend that at least be considered for annexation. It's not being, obviously, if you change the map, that still doesn't mean you've annexed it. The city would have to make that decision for itself. But we've done that in other areas down near the water plant. We've brought city facility property into the city. I would expect and it's the entire reservoir property is currently in the annexation area also, again, to be considered. So it was more of a consistency of, like, here's what we've done with other city facility properties that are city owned, and consideration of that. So that's why it's being shown here as potentially brought into the green for future consideration.
Would we maybe consider bringing some of the stuff around the landfill then as yellow, so that we have a potential to expand that area further instead of just being green and stopping?
Councilmember Anise and Mayor and Council, so that area around there has got a couple things. Well, first of all, you'd be then looking at further service expansion through the landfill or past the landfill, which would be something the city would want to decide if you were going to do. The other thing is there's the topography actually out there is extremely rugged. That doesn't show on this map as you go further west and also south. And so the challenges of that plus the service challenges are pretty significant around outside of the landfill. And we wouldn't have, really the recommendation to include that is because it's city owned. If it wasn't city owned, we wouldn't necessarily be having that recommendation going as far south as that goes.
Okay, and just because it's in the annexation zone doesn't mean that we'll annex it.
Councilmember Anise and Mayor, yeah, correct. Yeah, this is putting it in there so that you have the opportunity, if you wanted to, you could go right to that process to bring it in, but that would be a city decision because it's a city property. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Aspenleiter.
Just a further clarification on that stuff around the landfill. There's a large water line that runs up Hillcrest. So that land around Hillcrest, that water line feeds the landfill and the transfer station. There is some potential there. I think this is a good map amendment around there. I don't foresee the land on the south side of the landfill probably coming in because there's still significant sewer issues down there to get sewer out there. But because we have infrastructure there, it probably makes sense to make sure that we have access to annex those properties should something come up without having to go through a bunch of hurdles associated with that. I do agree with Mr. Neese on the stuff west of the belt loop. I mean, we don't even have utilities to the belt loop yet, and that's a significant expansion. And we have water problems up there with needing additional water storage and tankage up on the heights. I think we're so far away with just financial investments in infrastructure to serve that area that we need to focus on activating that intersection up on Highway 3 and Zimmerman Trail before we try to look at additional land further west. And I don't want to encourage people to try to be hopscotching like we have on Rimrock and on Grand. And I mean, we invested a boatload of money and we still haven't seen infill development in that area. So, I mean, I think this is a prudent approach.
Anything else? So I think we like your map.
Right.
Do I?
Yeah, thanks. So we'll come back to you. Like I said, for a formal action, we'll set that up for a public hearing and resolution at a future meeting here as soon as we can get that put together.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I guess I will open it up. I think I may have gotten a little ahead of myself, Wyeth.
Huh?
We called for public comment on urban renewal district or on
For the annexation.
for the annexation policy. So is there any public comment for the annexation policy?
My name is Colton Canatterud. I'm with IMEG. We are the agent for the property owner, the 52 acres that is at the intersection of Hesper and 48th. Wanted to make you aware that I am available for questions on that property if it does sound like there are any, but really what our property owner sees is this is the property that the city would like to annex. Utilities are already there. It's directly adjacent to the new water plant where there's significant investment. It's right across the street from the water reservoir where there's also city investment. And our property owner is, assuming this step goes through, is very ready to then move on to the next stage of bringing this in as additional housing and additional neighborhood support services to an area of town that I think with those projects the city is doing is going to be a great new hub for our city. So there are any questions, but definitely appreciate your time and consideration of the map amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Tannerud.
Kevin Nelson, 4235 Bruce Avenue. So on the Jellison Road, when you guys discussed that a month or so ago, I just had a random thought. So when Briarwood went in, there was, I understood, a reimbursement agreement got put in place that Briarwood, okay, we'll do this, but as the development comes out, we get reimbursed for those costs. I don't know if those agreements are still in place, if you still have agreements like that anymore. That goes back a few years. But are you doing those agreements as the development goes out, that if the developer wants, hey, we'll enter into an agreement, but we get reimbursed and the city doesn't have to pay for it? I don't know if that's a viable thing to consider or not. Thanks.
Any other public comment?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live in the 5th Ward. Concerning the changing of the property close to the city dump, I'm not necessarily against changing the classification at this point, but I'd like to remind you about the police saying that we don't want to go out there. The fire department doesn't want to go out there. But that's okay. I defer that to you. But what I would like to point out is that when we annex these properties into the city, that any kind of banned business that's on the property, like the marijuana grow operation that's over there, that is not permitted. It should either get rid of the business or you can't come in. That's just the bottom line. And to the gentleman before me, I'm very concerned about impact fees. I don't believe that the city is properly discussed that, and I think that any property that comes into our city, they should be charged impact fees. Helena's got them, Missoula's got them, everybody's got them. Especially, I'm really worried about the Heights area up there that are in the county water district. If we start developing property up there, who's going to be responsible for paying for the water lines? I'm not a lawyer, but I really believe that the Heights district will be stuck with those types of fees. So I really would like to hear more about how these developers and these annexation properties are paying for the city services that we're giving them. You know, if they need new lights, if they need new streets, they need new water, they need new whatever they need, they should pay for them. Citizens of Billings should not. Thank you.
Any other public comment regarding this item? Okay, council, in light of my asking early, has anybody decided to change their minds regarding after they've heard public comment? All right, Wyeth, we still like your map. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 4, cybersecurity awareness. I did not get hacked. I got spoofed. And I think there's a difference. I'm not sure.
There is. I need to go to the Zoom to share the screen there.
Waiting for this all my life. Director of technology here.
Oh, I'm sorry. No clapping.
Always a comedian.
There it is. So you can get it from there. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Oh. I'll go with these notes. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for this opportunity for the IT department to talk about cybersecurity awareness. I'll get into it, get going. Before we talk about training or tools, I want to start with how these incidents actually happen. In cities across the country, attackers have gained access to government leaders' emails, sometimes from a single phishing email. Once inside, they watch, they learn, they see our communication patterns and send out urgent requests on our behalf. Because it looks like it's coming from a trusted leader, it gets approved. That's how cities lose money and expose sensitive information from just one account. That's the environment that we're operating in right now. Why this all matters? Cybersecurity is not just an IT issue, it's an operational and reputation issue. Cities across the country are dealing with ransomware, data exposure, and service disruption. These incidents impact public trust, operations, and legal risk. And most of them don't start with advanced hacking, they start with just an email. That's where it becomes relevant to you. Your roles are significantly targeted. Your name, your role, your email are all public, and attackers use this to craft realistic messages. You also work more flexibly, often outside managed city systems. That combination of visibility, flexibility, and trust makes you a high-value target. If your account is compromised, it can be used to send legitimate looking requests across the organization. In talking about cybersecurity threats, really we're talking about 3 things. Phishing, so emails designed to get you to click or enter your credentials. Credential attacks, reusing old passwords and using them against the city systems. And social engineering, phone calls or requests that come and create urgency. Over 90% of breaches start with phishing. All of these rely on trust and quick decisions, not technical vulnerabilities. That's why awareness matters. So what does an attack look like? This is what a typical phishing attack looks like. At first glance, it appears legitimate, but the sender is not a real city domain. Our domain is at billingsmt.gov. Small differences matter. The message creates urgency to push for quick action. The link is not a city site. Entering credentials gives access to attackers. Even with multi-factor authentication, attackers use something called MFA or multi-factor fatigue, sending repeated prompts hoping that you'll approve one. If you receive an unexpected MFA prompt, deny it and contact IT. Once access is gained, attackers will act as you. They will. That's how one click becomes a larger incident. If something feels off, don't click, verify it. 3 things you need to know. Report suspicious emails. We'd rather see false alarms than miss a real issue. Use your app, billingsmt.gov email only. Personal accounts fall outside of our protections, and if your personal accounts are compromised, it's very possible that critical information could be shared outside the organization. When in doubt, call IT before acting. It takes only 60 seconds to check, but a breach can take many months or even longer to recover. These 3 steps prevent most incidents. Let's see. Sorry. So one of the things that you all authorized for purchase for IT just last month is something called Know Before. One of the things I had talked to council about, or a couple of council members about over the last couple of months, is the possibility of moving away from cybersecurity awareness. With the new Know Before training, it's going to be much easier for council at just a simple click to be able to access that cybersecurity training, and we really encourage you to take advantage of this Know Before training. With this Know Before, you'll see short training modules and occasional simulated phishing emails. These are safe exercises. If you click on something, you'll be redirected to a training. This is not punitive. It's not punishment. It's awareness. We track completion to improve. Overall awareness, just to make sure our awareness campaigns are working, and we're not tracking the individual. This all begins May 1st, so look for this in your email. Just some quick do's and don'ts here. It really comes down to that awareness is about consistency and communication. In closing, we can put the best systems in place, but most incidents go through people. A single click can undo the strongest protections. Because of your role, you are a key line of defense. If you remember anything from this presentation, pause, verify, and reach out. We're here to support you, and the handout that I submitted to you all gives you the contact information. It gives you the help desk information, the spam email for the City of Billings, our help desk email, and my personal email account. And that's all I have for you tonight.
So Director Sprock, that was a great presentation. Thank you very much. Anybody have questions? Mr. Boyette, then Mr. Pittman, then Mr. Lindley.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor. In my previous life, we used to do training that if someone would call in and say, well, is Joe there? And the person would say, oh, no, he's on vacation for the next 2 weeks. We tried to train not to say stuff like that because that tells the bad guy now that I got 2 weeks worth of stuff. Do you do any in-house training for the employees to keep their sentence structure short or not to think about what they're talking about?
It's part of our cybersecurity awareness training. So we have monthly training where topics like that will come up, and people will watch the training and get quizzed about that. And if they click on like a phishing campaign, they'll have education and training that goes along with that as well. Yeah. There's specific videos that we have out there on social engineering, how to avoid social engineering, and yes, we'll be having these type of conversations with the staff as well, so that they can understand that concept and make sure that only appropriate information is passed out.
Mr. Pittman?
So 2 questions or comments. Was it a test today when we got an email from Mayor Mike?
No,
ended up
that
being
was
a
not-
spam
no.
or whatever, but it was just one of those that ironically, I was looking at the agenda, then I got a Mayor Mike email that said, hey, hope you're well, which he's
I would never
he's
ask
never
that.
asked. So.
No, that was not the city.
But so we did forward that on to the spam.
Thank you.
But the other thing I just wanted the public to know, especially as new council members, that Mindcast is catching a lot of our emails. And so I don't reply to a lot of them right now because I'm still just trying to figure out if they're legit or not.
Mhm.
And just, when people start their campaigns of sending us the cut and paste emails, it's hard to decipher if that's going to be, if I'm going to click on that, if it's a legitimate email or not. So it's not that I don't want to respond. It's just easier not to respond if I'm not sure. But a lot of them are being caught in the release all, don't release. There's like 10 options.
Yeah, we have both AI and just the program itself that filters that out. And usually it's filtering it out because it's a bad actor that's trying to get access to you. And one thing that I would reiterate, if it ever feels questionable, please use the handout, contact us.
Mr. Lindley.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I've given plenty of those before, and I know that it feels repetitive probably for you and for everybody that hears it, but it's very important. Yeah, a couple of things. To Councilmember Pittman's point, the other thing, just for the public record, and hopefully people can kind of see this, when they send us emails and they include attachments, that's not good either. I'm not ever opening one of those, just so everybody's clear. I don't want to be that guy. The other thing is know before. There's been questions about know before. It is certainly one of the top industry tools for this, so it's a great tool for sure. I wanted to emphasize this, that it's not hacking. That's just really not how something bad is going to happen if it ever does. It's going to be from somebody clicking on the wrong thing. So, reporting it, that is very important. And as you mentioned, reporting spam, if it looks like phishing, there's another one that says report phishing. And so there's two different options, which is helpful if you report it. If it looks like it's completely not legitimate. And then the speed at which we report it. If you see something wrong, we certainly are VIPs. We're going to get targeted more than most. And if you see something on a Friday night, it probably is a good idea to let people know as fast as you can, because something can move fast. Last thing I had was a question. From an HR perspective, you have training. Is it every month that employees of the city are required to do the training?
That's part of our policy manual, and we pick the month. We have picked the month-to-month training, but yes, they're required to do it on a monthly basis.
And do you keep track of who doesn't do it? Because I know there's probably going to be people that don't. And is there an HR policy that says if they miss 2 months in a row, is there some kind of
Our security engineer is very aggressive. It's not an HR policy, but he will communicate with the direct supervisor of that person. And if they do not comply with training, then their domain is shut down.
Okay, perfect. Great. I'm not pointing at any other council members, just to be clear.
Mr. Neese, you're on the list.
Yeah, I'm being pointed at because those other modules are so entertaining. I just saved them up after 4 months and watched them all at once. And then I invite my wife over to watch them with me because they're entertaining.
It was kind of like a mini series. I agree.
So are these new ones going to be as entertaining as the last ones?
No.
Oh.
They'll be much more informational. So.
Oh, okay.
Boy.
Doug and he were gone. I'm sorry.
So we have to actually watch them and read everything and okay. Yeah. All right. So real quick on when you block something or report or when you get these possible spams, you have to either release all or delete them. Does that go globally? If I do a block or if I do a don't release or something like that, does that impact everyone on that or not?
It can. I'd have to talk to Lauren on specifics, but if we find something that's particularly malicious, yes, it will get blocked from our system, but it may not get blocked all. If it's not that identified as something like that, it may not get blocked forever.
So when we do a block, you guys look at it first?
Sometimes it's the software looking at it. A lot of times, it's Mimecast finding bad actors and preventing them from contact or being able to get into the system, and sometimes it's Lauren going in, our security engineer, and specifically blocking things.
Okay,
And that can be based on request.
All right, thank you.
CM Nichols?
Yeah, I don't understand this Mimecast. What am I supposed to do with that?
So Mimecast often, in order to be able to verify that a site is legitimate, and to make sure that you are purposely clicking on something, you're going to have to go through Mimecast authentication. So sometimes that's simply just clicking on, is this site is this site appropriate? I'm forgetting the question, but it's just a pass through. And other times you actually have to submit your email and then submit a security code. So it's just a verification process. I'll get you more information. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have public comment on cybersecurity awareness. Any public comment on cybersecurity awareness? Seeing none, we'll move on to the interim city administrator appointment process. And that's me. So we have a 3-point plan here, folks. It's our intention to recruit from within. We're going to recruit an internal candidate from within for the interim city administrator. The way we're going to do this is we will post a 5-day notice within. Okay, so the city can post notices as short as 5 days for internal candidates. During that period, we're going to name a group of up to 5 council members, and we'll meet after the notice period to review and rate the candidates. And we're also going to involve human resources. They'll be present there to help the committee comply with the city code 2-401, which states basically that we have to follow all of the city's personnel policies and practices. We will also rate the candidates and bring an analysis back to the council with a recommendation, in which case the council will get an opportunity to choose and select. We'll talk more about selection of the permanent candidate in about 2 weeks. In the meantime, we'll be getting information regarding costs, procedures, salary surveys, those kind of things, so that we can bring them forward and everybody can have a say. So that's my report on the interim city administrator. Mr. Boyette.
When will this request go out, and then how long will it be out before it closes?
So we believe the request can go out as early as Wednesday. We have an HR director who comes back tomorrow. I'll be speaking with her on that. It's a 5-day, so 5 business days. All right. And then we'll close the period. Mr. Pippin.
Mr. Talkative tonight, apparently. So I has the staff to send out the job description for the city administrator. This is an important time because it actually is, we have 1 employee. So look it over and make sure that what we're expecting our next city administrator to follow is in that job description. I've been making little notes myself, but as part of this recruitment, we want to make sure that the job description is what we want it to be. So I'm not sure how we incorporate that before we start too far down the rabbit hole. The interim probably won't be as big of a deal as the permanent director, but administrator, but we do need to go over those.
So I think that might be a deal for Council Operations Committee, and probably more significant to the permanent replacement rather than the interim, which would give us time to actually take a thoughtful run at it. Okay, anybody else? Mr. Neese.
Yeah, just quick, you're going to open this up to every employee in the city, is that correct? Or is there a certain level of employee?
It'll be open to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
All right. We're going to open the period of public comment on the interim city administrator appointment process. Is there any public comment? Any public comment on item number 5 on tonight's agenda? Seeing nobody raising from their seats, I'll close the public comment period, and we will move to highlighting upcoming agenda items of council interest. Is there any? Mr. K, you're looking fresh as ever. You got something for us?
I don't have anything for you. I did just share some of the work that's been done around impact fees. One of the initiatives that came up, probably 60 days ago, was relative to impact fees and that discussion. So shared that with Mr. Aspenleiter, who was the initiator of the initiative, to figure out where we want that on an agenda coming up. I think that deadline was April, I think back when it came up. So that's there. We're coming into budget season. I mean, on our end, it's balanced and just about ready to, start working with budget and finance on. But that, as you've seen from the weekly, that's been most of our time the last couple of weeks have been budget reviews, presentations, and hiring processes. So as far as agendas go, we're thinking, budget and finance here this next month into April, but the city council in May hitting it real hard. That's the biggest thing coming up in the immediate. Also, if you didn't notice, I know it's not agendas, but I'll just take this opportunity that we have a new executive assistant who started today, Juliet. So you all should have received an email from me introducing her to all of our employees, including you guys. And so she's hit the ground running first thing this morning. And Kevin asked her at the end of the day if she was coming back tomorrow, and she said yes. So we're very grateful for that.
I don't know how she'd take that, Kevin. All right, next item, any council discussion? Seeing none, we will move to our 7th public comment on period for the night on non-agenda items. Any public comment on non-agenda items?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jeff Kettleson. I live in the 5th Ward. The citizens and businesses of Billings pay property taxes so the city can provide basic city services. For example, police service, fire service, public works, etc. These funds are provided with the understanding that the services are to be provided equally to all citizens. Budget season is quickly approaching, and I would like to specifically discuss the downtown Billings Business Improvement District. The programs and services provided by this organization.
Mr. Kettleson, sir, remember our rule, you get to speak about it once?
I talked about the downtown Billings partnership before, which was the TIF district. This is the Billings Improvement District.
Okay.
So it's two separate items.
My mistake.
The programs and services provided include police personnel, security services, sidewalks, and street sweeping, and also flower planting. I think that the programs that they provide are okay. What I do not agree with, though, is the funding mechanism of the Billings Business Improvement District. Currently, the city contributes to this district based upon the property that is owned within the district. The district is an exclusive district with set boundaries. It does not benefit all of the citizens. To me, it's very close to double taxation. It definitely is without representation. Because of this, I recommend during our budget process that the city quit funding this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kettleson, and my apologies. I got a little premature in cutting you off. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none and seeing no objection, I say we're adjourned.